feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could take.
Hello, beauties. Happy Friday. I hope everybody is doing good. Hey, Pinky Stan. Hey, Sparkle. Hey, Justice Donnie. Hey, Dave. Is it Susan? Yes, Susan. Hey, Glamma D. Hey, Queen Mike. Hey, Rianne. How are you guys? Hope you guys are having a good Friday. Hey, Care Bear. Hey, Lake Erie. Okay, so I want to get started here. Angels Among Us. It's so good to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch me. I promise it's not going to be that, well, whatever. Okay. It's not going to be that long though, because I just have a couple things to say. So I wanted to bump, the Katie Joy versus creators. I will do that tomorrow. I just want to talk to you guys for a minute because I think people got me all the way fucked up, and I'm about to and this is going to be the last time I'm talking about this because there's no point to keep talking about it. People are always going to think what they want to think. But to my supporters, I think it's important that you guys know a couple of things. Okay. So getting straight to it. If you're new here, welcome. On this channel, we do commentary and sometimes makeup, and we have a lot of fun over here. And we do True Crime Thursdays, and we're going to be talking about conspiracy theories, and we call creators out, mostly Katie Joy, but others too. And we just have a lot of fun over here, and we have an amazing people surrounded around me, and I'm very blessed. So here's what I want to talk about first. I'm going to talk about 3 different things, or 2. And I'm going to start off with the nonsense channel. Okay. So I am 100% that female, that bitch that will correct myself if I think I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm not afraid to admit that I'm wrong. And the nonsense channel has recently, I've seen some screenshots of her very much defending me. And I've also heard some things about her saying that, I hate her. I don't hate anybody. Okay. I don't hate nobody. I don't have that. I can't carry hate in my heart for anybody, even Katie Joy. I very strongly dislike Katie Joy, but I don't hate her. I hate the things that she does. I hate how she treats people, but I don't hate Katie Joy. I stand corrected by saying that recently the nonsense channel, we've heard her real voice, and from what I hear, she's not Katie. She interviewed Katie. She's not Katie. However, I do think that Katie is affiliated with her in some way. That's just my opinion. But that doesn't mean I hate the nonsense channel as a whole. I don't agree with some of the things that she's doing, but I don't hate the nonsense channel. That's not me. That's never going to be me. And I respect and appreciate you, keeping it real and stating how you feel and coming to my defense of everything that's happened recently. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact that you stand up for what was right at this moment. And I'm sure you stand up for what you think is right. But I have shown some things here that definitely show very much that it seems as though Katie is somehow involved. Okay. But everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I have been sent a couple of screen clips, and then I went over and watched a little myself on the Nonsense channel. And I just want to clear some things up that was said, because I think it's important to clear some of these things up that were said. One thing that you have to understand about me is that I understand that you, the Nonsense channel, you are pretty much standing up for what you think is right. However, you also have to understand that other people are standing up for what they think is right, okay? And for you to say that, what was it that you said? That whatever Katie Joy has done, that's what she has done. But you're talking about now. All I'm trying to say is I have shown, okay, on my channel, just like you want people to go back and look on your channel, there are things on my channel that you can go back and look at too, okay? That doesn't justify the things that Katie has done, okay? And I'm talking about saying that Miss Letitia has a concealed weapon and carrying it across state lines, or saying, digging up people's past and posting it for thousands and thousands of people to see. As far as people's past criminal records, and just a lot of the things that she's done. I've showed that here on my channel. Now, like I said, you want people to, not judge Katie for her past. Okay, that's fair. Or even to be able to set aside the things that Katie has done. Okay, that just set aside the things that Katie has done and just look at the bigger picture here. I'm pretty sure, to sum it up, that's what you're saying. And here's the thing. I can't put past the things that Katie has done when she continuously does them. She continuously does the same things over and over and over again. So therefore, I've seen the things that she has done. I have done videos about the things that she has done. And she has done some very, very hateful, awful things. And I'm talking about pertaining to the story that you talk about on your channel, which is the Justice for Vaughn story. So I want to make that clear. I don't hate you. I don't even know you. All I know is that at one time I thought you were Katie, because the voice was disguised, everything. Now I see that you're not Katie, because Katie was on your channel. It does seem as though that was a scripted interview, but that's just my opinion. Okay. And people have to understand that others are entitled to their opinion, just like the Nonsense channel is, just like other people are. And I also think that you have to understand that Katie has done some horrible things when it comes to this story. And that's pretty much all I have to say about that, except for my eyes are open. I'm paying attention. And I just think that when it comes to Katie, you can't overlook the things that she's done. You can't sit there and say, well, you shouldn't hold it against her when it comes to the story or whatever the situation is. People can't do that because she's done a lot of dirt when it comes to this story. That's just my opinion, though. So another thing that I do want to talk about is, recently you guys know what has happened as far as me just showing to you guys that this police report is real. Okay. And I understand that I think that some of you guys are uh, misconstruing things a little bit. And I just want to clarify some things. Um, how do I put this? Katie Joy has done more harm than good. Exactly. And like I said, just like you want people to, go on your channel, do their research, well, you would have to say the same for yourself too. Okay? People look at Katie the way that they do for a reason. And it's not made up. Okay? I do believe that some people handle it differently than others, but it's not made up. It's not a made up kind of thing. And you have to it just seems like you definitely have to be fair when it comes to that, because if you want people to put aside the things that Katie has done, well, that's kind of hard to do when she continuously does these things. Okay? If she stopped, that would be different. If you can bring up Ms. Letitia's past, you have to bring up KJ's past if you are really exactly. And where have you been, Magician's Manor? It's so good to see you. What was I talking about? Okay. But yeah, that's what I want to talk about. But I don't hate you. You're not Katie. I apologize for thinking that you are Katie. However, and I don't like saying buts or however's when I apologize. However, considering the fact that you kind of came at a very convenient time for Katie, that's why I thought you were Katie. And just because you were pretty much talking about the same thing that Katie was. So I thought you were her, and so did a lot of other people. Like I'm talking about specifically, I thought it was Katie. That's why you were using a voice disguiser, and I was wrong. Exactly, Nikki. She will get someone harmed one of these days, and that scares me. Absolutely, and that's why people bring awareness on her a lot. I would be the first to support KJ's efforts to change her ways if she took a public accountability and addressed whatever healing work she's doing. I don't dislike anyone, but I discern good from evil. Exactly. I've been mostly listening recently. I have been following some stories. Happy to see you live tonight, and I'm happy to see you too. I cannot wait. I haven't been able to go over to your channel either, but I will be. You guys make sure that you subscribe to Magician's Manor. I'll put his channel in my description. He's amazing, and he always has a good outlook on everything. Very unbiased. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is just everything that's happened with Molly Golightly and me recently talking about that the police report is not fake, because that was the narrative that was being pushed. And on the Nonsense channel, I heard just a couple of things that I want to address. Well, she can talk about me. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Okay, so she on the Nonsense channel, she basically said that it definitely shows them what happened with me, like the mob mentality and how people work, and the horrible things that they do once you don't go along with their narrative anymore. But I think the key word here is narrative. Now, me and Molly shared a mutual friend. Okay. So there's a reason why I tried very hard to be cordial. I didn't try very hard, but there's a reason why I didn't speak too much about Molly, because I tried very hard to be cordial, not for Molly herself, but for our mutual friend. And But I don't want people to get it twisted here. There are things, there's always things that go on behind the scenes, and people don't necessarily need to know about it unless it's necessary. But what I will say is that I'm an observer, and I will sit back and somebody could be lying to me and I won't say a word to you. Um, I won't say anything until the right time or when I feel like it's right. And when it comes to certain things, I definitely was lied to, but I do know that I was being lied to. You know what I mean? And not with everything. I'm not saying with everything, but just for an example, the police report. Uh, that's something that like I said, I'm always going to be transparent with you, but I just want people to not get it twisted and think that someone was secretly behind the scenes manipulating me and pulling my strings. That's not the way it worked. How it worked was I just didn't speak on some things out of respect for someone that me and Molly shared a friend with. And out of respect for her, I didn't think that it would have been fair to sit there and call out some of the things that I never did. Okay. And I want people to also understand is I know that there are some people here on YouTube that it's everything to them. Okay. I'm so sorry. This must have been hard. It see that's what I want to talk about real quick. Hold on, let me turn on my light. I'm I gotta figure out a way to say this in a nicer way. I love YouTube. I love you guys. I love coming on here, having deep conversations, having intelligent conversations. But I want people to know something. YouTube is not my bread and butter. Okay. YouTube is not how I pay my bills. YouTube is not something that I'm not a creator here on YouTube to have other people validate me either. I'm a creator here on YouTube because I want to be, because I like to be, because it's my passion. It's something that I've always wanted to do. I believe God guided me here to be doing what I'm doing. And it's not my bread and butter, though. Okay. So, therefore, there are some people who come on YouTube and it is their bread and butter, but YouTube is not my bread and butter. I don't get up every day and count how much money I made with super chats. I don't get up every day and count how many subscribers I have or how many subscribers I've lost because some snake ass creator told people to unsubscribe from me. That's not how it works with me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. I get on YouTube and try to create content that is entertaining and to build a solid community where people are being honest with each other, transparent, and having fun with one another, and for people to be able to come in here and not be judged if they have their own opinion. But this is not my bread and butter. So it doesn't make or break me if excuse me, if a creator says, I'm unsubscribing from her, you guys should unsubscribe too. Because at the end of the day, let me be clear here. I did not, oh God. I can never get this background right, you guys. I did not ask Molly to share my channel. Okay. I didn't ask Molly to come onto my channel, share it. I didn't ask for Molly to do anything. Now, was I very appreciative of the fact that she did? Absolutely. Okay. However, I never asked her to. And obviously, it very much shows that the one time I'm not agreeing with her or perpetuating her false narratives. Obviously, she was sharing my channel for a reason. Because if you're sharing my channel, okay, and the one time I show something that has been said that it's fake and I'm saying that it's real, the one time something doesn't go your way, what did you do? So therefore, you weren't sharing my channel from a genuine place. You were sharing my channel because it was beneficial to you at the time. Because it was beneficial to you what I was talking about at the time. But when it no longer was beneficial to you, that's when you said, unsubscribe, I'm unsubscribing. Okay. So I don't, like I said, I appreciate anyone who shares my channel, but I didn't ask nobody to share my channel. Okay. Nor do I ask people to give me super chats or any of those things, because at the end of the day, this is a privilege. YouTube isn't promised to anybody. You can wake up the next day and your channel could be gone. Okay? So, I'm not here to take advantage of anybody, and I'm definitely not here to be bought. Okay? I'm not for sale, okay? Um I'm not some poor little black girl that needs for people to give me money, because I guess, some creators are like, I sent so many subs, so many super chats your way. Well, first of all, I didn't ask you to. Okay. Second of all, this is not my bread and butter. I'm appreciative that you did that, but obviously you didn't do it from a place that's genuine. You didn't do it out of a special place in your heart. You didn't do it to give a smaller creator than you exposure. You did it because it was beneficial to you. Okay? And I'm not some poor little black girl that needs money from anybody. I take care of my own. I pay my own bills, okay? And anytime that I'm ever given a super chat, members, I'm highly grateful and appreciative towards it. And it goes straight to my channel, okay? To provide better quality for my channel. Of course, everyone likes money, but I ain't selling my soul for no money, okay? That's not going to happen. So that's something that I want to be very, very clear about. When I am the type of person who tries to come on here and be honest, I think for a lot of creators who have been, very vocal, like Down the Rabbit Hole, Nanya, there have been people who have been very vocal about what they have seen, and I 100% appreciate it. And there's been so many people who have said, this is wrong. And because when you share somebody's channel, like me talking about Magician's Manor, he has a great channel. When I share his channel, I don't want anything in return from him. I don't expect for him to get on his channel tomorrow and start and start defending me. I don't expect him to get on his channel tomorrow and start defending me day after day after day or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, as I've always told you guys, I don't need to defend Molly. Molly can defend herself. I wasn't defending Molly. I was defending what was right. And that was calling out Without a Crystal Ball. And Without a Crystal Ball just happened to be at that time picking on Molly. Okay. However, you want to look at that. At that time, she was doing some pretty questionable things when it came to Molly. I can admit that. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the things that she was doing was just every other post, it was about Molly. So, of course, I'm going to call it out, but that's me talking about Without a Crystal Ball. That's not me defending anybody. Okay. And I've always made that clear since the beginning. Okay. But at the end of the day, I am not the type of person who cares about those types of things, because this is how you have to look at it. And I've said this before, because this is not the first time I've been through this. That's why I never ask like bigger creators to share my channel or anything like that, because this is ultimately what usually happens when a bigger creator shares your channel. There's an ulterior motive, okay? Not for all, but for most. Okay? Not, like I said, please understand, it's not all, for some. And this is ultimately what happens. Oh, go over there, watch Teaya. She has some great content. But the moment I say, this isn't, why are people lying about this? First of all, I feel like it's a stupid thing to lie about, for one. And for two, I'm not going to lie to my audience, my supporters, especially people who have been supporting me and supporting the fact that I try my best to speak my truth. So when I come on here and talk about that, the moment I say one thing that you don't like, it's unsubscribe, unsubscribe. I'm unsubscribing from her. Justice for all. I'm unsubscribing from her. She's going with a different narrative. She has all new different mods, blah, 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 blah. But let me tell you something. I don't have all new different mods. I have some of the same mods that I've had for months. Save Robbie has been my mod for a long time. The only reason why he's not my mod, well, he hasn't been in here, so you can't see. But when he comes in here, he's still my mod. Okay. Steph TXMA, she's been my mod for a while. Sometimes she comes in, sometimes she doesn't. These are people that are my friends that I've known. Okay. Yes, there's some few people that are new that are near and dear to my heart. Loyalty does not have anything to do with time, people. Please understand that. But who else? Save Robbie, Steph TXMA. I think there's a couple other people. Llama Girl. Yeah, I still have some of the same. Just because you haven't seen them in here doesn't mean they don't exist. Okay. But the moment I say something that you don't like, that's the first thing you do. This is why I don't and never would ask a creator to share my channel, because then you have people who use the fact, and this is why people do this though, you guys. I'm going to tell you something. This is why people do this. They do this because to them, that's what they worry about. That's what they care about. They care about the money, the subscribers, the views. And that's understandable. Not every creator is here on YouTube for that. Do I want a successful channel? Of course. Of course. And I will continue to create the best content I can for you guys so my channel can grow. But the point is, and it will, but the point is that for some people, that's what their main priority is: money, subs, views. And they automatically assume that it's like that for someone else. So then you go on your Patreon and you say, I'm unsubscribing. And then you have a watch party or something and watch how people just lose subscribers. Now you tell me, how does that sound to you? How does that sound? Does that sound normal to you? Because that's not me, and that's never going to be me. And I want it to be clear. Just because you're like that doesn't mean I'm like that. I'm not like that. You don't see me promoting cash apps and all of those kinds of things. That's because I have money to pay my bills and take care of my family. And we are well taken care of. Okay. I come on here on YouTube because I adore doing this. This is my passion. But you telling people to unsubscribe to me, that's not going to break me. That's not going to change who I am as a person. It's not going to stop me from doing what I do. And it's damn sure not going to affect me, because the people who left simply because one person left are replaceable. And they will be replaced. Okay. I'm sorry. Did I miss a super chat? Thank you so much, Michaela. Thank you for the super chat. Honestly, it's why you will grow. I don't agree with everything you talk about. However, I have mad respect for you because you don't hold on, because you hold on to your truth. Thank you so much, Michaela. I appreciate that. And we don't have to agree on everything. This background is really making me mad, you guys. He'll fix it when he gets home. Okay, so sorry, you guys. What are you doing? Let me read some comments. Okay, hold on. Let me go up and read some comments. I'm sorry if I missed any comments. In commentary, there has to be room to disagree. Otherwise, the friendships dissolve very quickly. Amen. Amen. Hey, Billy Martin. We're ride or die. Justin was out of line speaking on us and our intentions. I agree, Stranger Clegan. I agree. True friends can always connect like they haven't missed a beat. I agree, Flava. Yes, Mackie, he was. It's so elementary and childish. You can't be my friend if you're friends with her BS drama. New subscriber here, and I can tell you how genuine and authentic you are. I'm sure your channel will grow quick. Thank you so much, our girl. I appreciate that, and welcome. Thank you for subscribing. It sounds immature. I agree. I wish people would. Integrity is everything. What's normal is we're all not always going to agree. I agree. I would rather hear honesty rather than just someone telling me what I want to hear. Right. I wish people would just own their ish. We're adults. No need to make excuses for ignorance. 100%. That's insecurity speaking. Michaela says facts. Okay, so I want to touch on something else. Hold on one second. Let me finish saying what I was saying. Anyway, but that is something that I feel is important because I think people automatically assume that because one creator is this way or one creator is all about, the clicks and the views and the money, that other creators are like that. And that's not the way it works. It doesn't work like that with every creator. I am fine with 160 people in here watching because at the end of the day, that's 160 people in here that are here to listen to what I have to say. And to me, that is the ultimate compliment because time is precious and people don't have to take their time to listen to what I have to say, for one. And for two, like I said, when I get super chats and all those things, I am so very grateful. It means the world to me. I'm appreciative towards it. It goes to my channel. And yes, it's always good, but I repeat, I am not for sale. Okay. I am not anybody's echo chamber. If you really think that saying, all you're doing is just saying this report is not fake. If you seriously think that just because I say that a report is not fake, that's going to bring some type of stress to Ms. Letitia, you are sadly mistaken. All that is an excuse. That's just an excuse. Now, like I said, you can sit back and do whatever it is that you want to do. You can say whatever it is that you want to say, but you'll never break me. Those things don't happen, but that's why it's done. That's why people do the things that they do. Why do you think that creators do that to other creators? EKC, shout out to EKC. Just recently, I don't know, like a week ago, talked about this report, pulled up this report. And she also confirmed that the report. She said the same thing I did. Or you can say I said the same thing as she did. I didn't know she did a video until about a couple days ago when somebody sent it to me. I watched it. She did a very good job, but she brought it up and talked about it. And she confirmed that it was real. But did you hear Molly telling people to unsubscribe from her? No, you didn't. So now I'm going to talk about this. She just did it. I mean, she said the same thing that I said. We both agree. The report is real. It's not fake. The only thing is I don't agree with everything that's in the report, and that's my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. But she did the same thing. And shout out to her. She did a good job. She did good content on it. But I'm just saying, Molly has definitely sent people over EKC's way for people to watch her videos. Of course, when it's convenient for Molly, when it benefits Molly, but she still tells people to go over to EKC's channel. But she didn't tell people to unsubscribe from her when she talked about it. Now, did she? Draw your own conclusion with that one, because I'm sure many people are thinking a lot of different things depending upon where you're at and how much you know Molly. Okay? But when people sit there and brag about, I sent so many subscribers and super chats over her way, girl, bye. I didn't ask you to do that shit. You did that shit because it was beneficial to you. And if you can't be adult enough to agree to disagree with somebody and say, well, you didn't have to say shit. You didn't even have to acknowledge the shit if you didn't want to, but you did. And you announced it to your audience that you were unsubscribing because you wanted to make sure they followed your lead. So if you think in any way, shape, or form that affects me, it doesn't. Because at the end of the day, that says more about you than it does about me. But what I will say is, what you guys don't understand is that I'll just tell you guys the story, because I know there's some people that don't know the story. Hey, Aesop Inspiration. Hi. Hey, Kismet. I can't believe you knew I was half Indian. How are you doing? She always wants the acknowledgments and praise. Karma can correct that ego. Yeah, everybody has one, though, don't they? So when the Justice for Vaughn story started, everybody started talking about it, right? Everybody did. Because the reason why I started talking about the story is just because I was a follower, a subscriber. I hate saying followers. I was a, supporter of Dre for a very long time. So when this happened and when I heard about it, where did I hear about it from? Somebody made a community post about it. Or it may have been on Facebook. But anyway, when I seen it, I'm like, oh my gosh, Dre McCray? Like, wow, that's just, whoa. Okay. So, yes, Phoenix, you can. So anyway, I'm like, oh wow, I got to touch on this. I want to talk about this because, I really really enjoyed watching Dre McCray. It's just that she changed towards, like, after a few years, she started changing, and you could definitely see that she was progressively getting, I don't know, her whole demeanor and attitude just changed. So I didn't watch her as much, but I definitely enjoyed watching her. Like I told you, she's the one who taught me how to slay a wing. Okay, she's beautiful with makeup, absolutely beautiful. But anyways, when I started talking about this story, like I told you, Molly and I shared a mutual moderator and friend. So when I first started talking about this story, I did a couple videos, and I started talking about it probably a couple days after Molly and Justin. So one day, Molly was, Ms. Letitia was going through it, and Molly had asked me to come on her panel. Well, I was at a birthday party at the time. I was at my little guy's friend's birthday party, and so many people were trying to get a hold of me. Tia, Molly needs you. Molly needs you. And I'm like, okay. So at the birthday party, I went into the bathroom and I listened. I'm like, what is going on. And Molly had dropped her link and she said, Tia, can you come up on panel and talk to Miss Letitia? So I talked to Miss Letitia for the first time, and I felt really bad. She was just talking about everything that was going on. And this was at a time when it was just right in the beginning. So I was on her panel. I was able to ask Miss Letitia a couple questions. I'm not exactly sure why Molly asked me to come up on her panel, but she did. And, I was honored. I'm like, okay, I would love to talk to Miss Letitia. So I'm at a birthday party in the bathroom, just asking Miss Letitia questions and trying to console her because she was very upset at that time. And I can't remember what it was about. I think it was about, she was trying to get back there to see Vaughn. So then Miss Letitia had left, she had to go. So I'm still up on Molly's panel, and everyone, which I thought was absolutely amazing, everyone was brainstorming, trying to figure out how to help Miss Letitia, because at the end of the day, like I said, I still think that Miss Letitia is a victim in a lot of ways. That's just my opinion. I think that it's hard to watch the things that are happening. But regardless, I was on panel, and while I was on panel, probably I was on panel for like a half hour to an hour, maybe not as long as an hour, but I was on panel for a while, just brainstorming. And I remember Molly asking me, Tia, what do you think? Well, everybody's brainstorming, people coming up on panel. She said, Tia, what do you think? And I said, what did I say? I said, I think we were trying to find different media outlets that would talk about this story, okay, to bring more awareness about this story. And at that time, I was looking up a hospital because I was trying to give suggestions, and I had gave a suggestion that did anyone try to call the hospital that Vaughn was in prior to him being moved, because maybe they might know some information. And then also I was thinking of contacting TMZ. I think I actually did email TMZ just to talk about the story. So Molly asked me while I was on panel, Tia, what are you thinking? And I said, I'm thinking TMZ. You never know. TMZ may talk about this because Dre is a bigger creator on Facebook. So she's like, oh yeah, well, maybe. And then there was somebody else on panel that I don't know what happened. I think Molly got frustrated because this person kept talking while she was talking. But anyway, while I was on panel, everybody that was on panel, they would leave the panel, say, or if, Molly would say, well, thank you so much for coming up. She would just say, thank you so much for coming up to everybody that was on that panel. And while I was on the panel, trying to think of different things, different situations to try to help Miss Letitia, all of a sudden I hear, bye, Tia, thanks, click, and I was kicked off panel. Okay. So I'm like, what the hell? Like, she just literally kicked me off panel. Okay. And when she did that, of course, I'm like, why did she only do that with me? She didn't do that with anybody else but me. Okay. But in the same sense, I'm like, maybe she's just rude like that. Okay. So once she did that, I was looking at her sideways since then, you guys. Like, I did everything that I could to make sure that people didn't align me with her. But because I was talking about Without a Crystal Ball, and I do agree that Without a Crystal Ball did not treat Molly and Justin well at all. She doesn't work well with others. Everyone is a competition to her. So, it's the truth. So therefore, it doesn't matter how much I don't like someone, you guys. I'm always going to defend and stand up for what's right. And to me, I seen how Without a Crystal Ball was treating Molly and Justin, and how she was saying, the audio is only on my channel, blah, 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 blah. I seen that. So when you're calling that out, people need to understand and get out of this mentality, or whatever it is that you want to call it, to where you think that just because somebody is talking about somebody else and defending what's right, that automatically that makes them that person's friend. Okay? Because it doesn't. Now, I don't know why she kicks me off panel. I have my assumptions. I have my theories, but the only reason why it was odd to me is because she didn't do that with anybody else. Now, this was in the beginning of the Justice for Vaughn and when it first started. And when it did start, I thought that it was amazing how much awareness they were bringing on this case. And at the end of the day, she obviously knew I was a creator because a long time ago, Molly was on my panel arguing with BX before. But regardless, she knows I'm a creator. We shared a mutual friend. She was also a mutual mod. So me being on her panel and for her to kick me off and treat me differently than anybody else she had on there, of course, I'm looking like, okay. And of course, you're going to feel some type of way if somebody treats you that ignorant for no damn reason. And when she did, it definitely made me question things. It was very questionable. And I was like, well, the thing is that we have a mutual friend. She knows I'm a creator. Obviously, that would have been a good opportunity for me to, work with them. Absolutely. That would have been a good opportunity for me to be able to talk about Ms. Letitia's case and to help them bring awareness about it. And just to talk about it or whatever. However, they chose to start talking about it with LB. And we all know how, and I don't care what anybody says, that this is just my opinion. It's a lot harder for Black creators to thrive here on YouTube. It just is. So of course that would have been good exposure for me, but I took it as God does everything for a reason, and I'm glad he did. I thank God that he did, because I don't think it would have been a good thing for me to ever talk about a case with them. I've been on Molly's panel maybe twice, 3 times at the most. I hardly ever went into her chat because I just don't like the things that she does. So I tried very hard to keep myself separated from her but it was hard to do that when, for one, you share a mutual friend, a mutual mod, okay? You share a mutual friend, a mutual mod, and then it's starting to get very public that not many people knew that this mod was her mod, but it started getting very public. People start getting passionate about the Justice for Vaughn case. They start getting vocal, but regardless of the fact, you guys, I've never been friends with Molly. You know what I mean? I've never been friends with her. You can go back. I was never on her channel. You know what I'm saying? And there's a reason for that. The reason is the way she treated me in the beginning. And I just I don't like the way she moves. I just don't. I liked the awareness that she brought to the case, but that's it. And you had so many people that were judging me. And you had so many people that were talking about, but you defend her. You do this, you do that. I was never defending her. Just like my mod said. She's like, I'm going to go back and take clips of every single time you said, I'm not defending Molly here. I'm not defending Molly here. I never asked for Molly to do those things, because after she kicks me off her channel or her panel, every now and then I, would go into her chats, but I tried my best to stay away, because I didn't want to be aligned with her. And I knew that people were aligning me with her, because when I would talk about everything that's going on with this, I do think that Without a Crystal Ball did the wrong things. I do think that it was wrong for Without a Crystal Ball to go ahead and pull up her past and all that stuff. But, Without a Crystal Ball, she does that with everybody. But it still doesn't make it right, But in the same sense, once I was kicked off her panel for no reason, I was done. Because I'm the one who was at a birthday party, went into the bathroom because everybody's like, Molly needs you, Molly needs you, Molly needs you. Only for me to come up there and for you to just kick me off. You know what I mean? So I still respected the fact that she was helping Miss Letitia so much, but I looked at it like, wow, that could have been good exposure for me to be able to talk about the case with them. But in the same sense, I'm glad that it didn't work that way. But I never asked for Molly to send me super chats, and she has sent me super chats, and I'm not going to say that I'm not grateful for them. Of course, I'm grateful for them. But at the end of the day, that's not, like I said, that's not my bread and butter. Money is not everything to me. You cannot buy me. You can't buy my silence. You can't and for you to even say that and to bring that up, it shows where your intentions were, especially because I didn't ask you to. Never once did I ever say, hey, Molly, will you shout out my channel? No. So that is why once that happened, that's why I said, okay, I'm just going to keep my distance because, first of all, it was disrespectful. There's no excuse for it. You're the one who asked. It's not as if I didn't come up on your panel. You asked me to come up on your panel only to be rude and kick me off. So once that happened, she has been on my panel before. She has, first of all, the only time that she would ever share my channel, she only shared it when I was talking about her and Without a Crystal Ball. That's it. That's the only time she would ever share my channel. That's the only time she would ever say I'm making good content. When she looked at it like I was defending her, I wasn't, though. I was defending what was right. And like I said, Without a Crystal Ball was acting a hot mess when it came to Molly. She couldn't stop bringing up Molly's name. Now, on somebody's channel, and I do watch her from time to time, her name is The Science Girl. Hold on one second. I got to grab something real quick. Sorry, guys. Okay. So, The Science Girl, I watch her from time to time. And this is just giving you guys a good idea of it's wrong. It's just giving you a good idea of how people think, okay? So one day, this was after, I can't remember what had happened, but she was on her channel and she was talking about, why or Teaya is defending, or people were saying in the comments, Teaya defends Molly. And, The Science Girl was talking about, why does Teaya defend Molly if she's not friends with her? She said something like that. So I left her, like a long post comment on that exact video because I didn't see it. It was just sent the clip. So I went over and I watched it. And she was basically saying she doesn't understand, because when Molly kicked me off panel, of course I talked to people like, people that knew her, because at that time it was like, why did she do that? Like, what did I do to her? You know what I'm saying? But the point is that when all of that happened, you had people like on The Science Girl. She was like, well, apparently she talked to this person, and she didn't like Molly, but then she's on her channel sticking up for her. But it just shows you how people think. Like, she has to be friends with her. But then again, LB, I give LB the benefit of the doubt because, she doesn't know them. Well, what makes you think I do? Just because I was kicked off her panel, why do people think that it's a mob mentality, you guys? Why do people think that just because you defend what's right, that means that you like that person? Okay? Like, if let's just say tomorrow,
small-minded.
I know. Let's just say tomorrow that somebody, the science girl's awesome. I think she's gorgeous. I love watching her. But when she said that, yeah, I left her a comment. I'm like, you're wrong for this. You know what I'm saying? But when, let's just say tomorrow somebody doxes Molly, and it's somebody that I know, or it's a creator, and they go on the channel and dox Molly, and people, message me, or I want to talk about it. Just because I say that's not right. You don't dox people. It's wrong. You don't do stuff like that. No, I don't care for Molly, but that doesn't justify you going and doxing her. That doesn't mean I'm friends with her. Okay? That means I'm just defending what's right. I was cordial with her out of respect for someone for a person where we had a mutual friend. I wanted to be respectful, and I would do that for anybody. And that's why I did that with Molly. Okay. But I was never friends with her or aligns with her. There's many of times where our mutual friend has, given Molly my number and said, hey, so we can talk about the Dre McCray case. I've never heard from her. I've never spoken with her ever, except for on her panel. And there's been a few times, like, what video did she do? It was a video where she was making me laugh. I think somebody gave out her number or something on a sex thing. Sorry. What was it? I can't remember what it was, but somebody had like put her number on like this site or whatever, and she made a joke out of it, and she started calling, people or whatever. And then once it was funny, but once I went over there and started watching it, and when you're saying Mandingo, first of all, people don't know this, but and I didn't know it either for a while, but Mandingo is a derogatory term. It's what they called slaves back in the day, fighters. Go watch Django. That's what they call Mandingo. Okay. So all I'm saying is, you guys, is that people need to stop thinking that way. There's only one thing that I agreed with, and I agreed with a lot of things that people were saying, but there was one person in the Science Girls chat that was like, anyone who can be cordial with Molly, I'm going to side eye them. And at first, I was like, well, that's rude. Why would she say something like that? You can't be cordial with somebody? I get it now. I get it. I get why that person said that. But it's still, everyone deserves the benefit of the doubt, you guys, except for serial killers and predator, things like that. But I understand now why that person said that, because I think when you do the things that Molly does, and she pretty much solidified it when she, did what she did to me, even came in here and announced that she was unsubscribing from me, as if she's some celebrity that I care about her. Because I don't. But the point is that when, I don't know. I'm just saying, when somebody does something like that, if I was to ever, you guys, ever, even when I get to 1 million subscribers, if I am ever like that, you guys, please, somebody slap me in the face. I would never be like that. But if I was to ever lose it and somehow my ego got really, really big, please come slap me in the face, okay? But like I said, and the point is that for some creators, maybe try to know that person's story before you just automatically judge them. How about that? Did you ever think about that? I unsubbed from Molly about a week ago because I couldn't stand her anymore. Well, I'm sorry that you had to unsub from her. What's got the feathers all ruffled? I'm not ruffled. We're just talking here. But that's what it is, her ego. Probably. But I felt like I owed you guys that story. So ultimately, there has been people that have come to me and it's like, I think there's a misunderstanding. Sorry, you guys, they're loud. I think that there's a misunderstanding, blah, 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 blah. And in no way, if you are, here's something that you guys probably aren't used to hearing. Because you just heard some creator dictate to their subs where they should and shouldn't go. But here's what I'm saying. I don't care if you are a supporter of Molly. That does not bother me. I do not care. She doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. I don't care. You can support whoever the hell you want to support. That's something that I just don't care about. I would never tell anybody, oh, I'm unsubscribing from this. I just would never be that person. Okay. Molly doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. She has hurt a lot of people. Okay. But see, twin thing, let me ask you a question. Okay. Maybe I might open the panel. Well, it's late. I don't think if anybody would come up, just let me know in the chats. Let me ask you a question. What about the people that don't know? What about the people that say to themselves, I want to give this person a chance, even though there's so much content out there about them, they want to find out on their own? How would you feel? How do you feel about that? Because you know the history, because I don't know all of the history I don't know her, and if anybody thinks I'm going to be talking about her daily on my channel, no, I'll leave that to other people who do a good job at it. I don't care about her. I wasn't friends with her. Yes, she has directly tried to do something to hurt me, but she didn't. So, I could see if I asked her, hey, can you shout out my channel? Hey, can you send me some super chats? You make money, you can send it to me, share with me. I didn't do that. So at the end of the day, I don't care. And I have noticed that there are some of the people that she talks about, like the science girl, she responded by saying, I know Molly, and basically reiterating what she says on her channel about Molly. But the point is what about the people who don't? What about the people who say, listen, I want to give this person the benefit of the doubt, like even with Michelle, I don't think I understand that Michelle has said some pretty horrible things to Molly, and I acknowledge that. However, I also think that Michelle has like a history, I think she has a very traumatic past. And I think that she's hurt. And I think that she just really, really wanted Molly as a friend. I really, really do. I think now she doesn't. But I think at a time she really wanted Molly as a friend. And Molly, I think there was some hurt feelings. And I think she's just genuinely hurt. And then I think that hurt turned into rage. And I understand, you want to clap back and do all that. That's fine. But Michelle, to me, is someone that shouldn't be you shouldn't be going back and forth with that person. And then you can sit there and say, "Oh, I don't you know, I can't stand her. She's obsessed with me, blah 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 blah." But then you let her on panel. Like it's I can't. I just I can't, you guys. So that is the story of some of you guys. If you got it misconstrued and thought that in any way that I was somehow friends with Molly or anything like that, even aligned with her, I wasn't. I wasn't. And I genuinely appreciate, just like um it might have been Nunya or Nonsense today when I did listen to a little bit of what they were saying. She's like, you have to understand that some creators, they won't speak out because, you lose subscribers. That's hurtful when those things happen. I'm here to say that if you lose subscribers, you guys, if you're a creator, okay, that's just starting out, or you want to be a creator in the future, if you lose subscribers because another bigger subscriber told her subscribers to unsubscribe from you, that's nothing to be upset over. If anything, you should take that as a compliment, okay? Because there is something about you that intimidates that creator to where she doesn't want her subscribers watching you anymore, okay? So here's how you have to look at that if it ever happens to you, okay? You'll gain them back. If you lose subscribers just because you're an asshole and you treat people like crap, that's different. Or because you're not trying your best at providing good content, that's different. But if you lose your subscribers specifically, and the reason why I say this is because I've been here. If you lose your subscribers specifically just because another bigger subscriber told her own subscribers to unsubscribe from you, I promise you will gain them back plus more. So don't sweat it. But I did, when I heard the Nonsense channel, she's like, that's hard for creators. And even, down the rabbit hole was like, are you okay? And it's like, I understand for some people that something like that can be hurtful if you are that type of person who is very, count your subscribers every day, things like that. That's just not me. Now, if this was my bread and butter, of course I would be upset, but it's not. It's just not. Let me read some comments here. Talking of the panel. You'll have to message me, Dave. I'll chat too on the panel. Okay, I will open up the panel. Not a misunderstanding, and she will not listen to reason. You telling the truth was crossing the line for her. She won't admit her wrong. See, I don't know that about her, though. Is it Kisme? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I don't know that about her. You know what I mean? I mean, even if I did, that wouldn't have stopped me from saying what I was going to say. And that's another thing that I want to say. If I cared about losing subscribers, do you think I would still be talking about this? It's not only something that you should take as a compliment, but you also have to understand that that is done to intimidate you. It's to silence you. Okay? So don't let people take your voice. Hold on, let me read some more comments. I can't believe she calls herself a little coach with the way she acts. Justin is in the middle. I watch him too. Please open it. I'm happy to come up. Let me get my headphones. Okay, hold on. Let me drop the link. Sorry I didn't see that. I will drop the link. Where? Whoops. Did that come on there? No? Hold on. Okay. I think Kisme has had some words in MGL's chat before. Really? Now, Flava, I've never seen you say anything about Miss Letitia, but I know that other people have. And, as long as you are respectful towards Miss Letitia in my chat, I have no problem with you being here. Because over here, the majority, we stand with Miss Letitia. She's the victim to us. Is that you? Write in the private chat that that's you, stranger. Gosh, I haven't had anybody on my panel in like forever and a day. I totally agree with Sparkle. You've accomplished a lot of good things. I see your letters and I'm proud of you. Yes. And did you text me? Because Joanne, hold on, I was reading something else. Yes, if you messaged me on my email was wrong, but here, I'll put my email on here because for some reason my email, oh, hold on. Stranger?
Hi.
Hi, I heard your voice.
No one make fun of my accent, okay?
Oh my God, is it Australian?
Australian, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love
So
Australian.
Dave, be nice. Dave has to be nice because
Oh
he's
my
from New
God.
Zealand, so.
I'm so happy to hear your voice.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to be here.
I'm so
I
happy.
just wanted to say
Mhm.
we cannot believe how graceful and smart and intelligent and eloquent you have been through this entire situation. It is mind-boggling how classy you have kept yourself, and we have your back 100%, 100,000,000%.
And I have your back too. Thank you so much. I told you many times how blessed I am to have you. You've been Sparkle, Brienne, you guys have been so supportive. I don't know if I would have been able to get through this without you. So thank you so much for being just who you are. You're a great person. I hope you know that.
Mm.
And your
It,
wife.
and yes, she's been really in. She was earlier before when you were kind of laying it on the line about Molly. There was a lot of yep, yep, speak Teaya, yep, you're saying it. She was 100% behind you. So
Wait a minute. You said your wife is American, right? Or no?
she is, yeah,
Okay.
she's American, yeah.
That's awesome. We're not too bad, right?
No, it's always the joke. The maybe Dave can back me up, but they always say that Australians should never marry Americans. It's always the joke around here, but
Oh, that
but
one
we,
movie. Have you ever seen the movie Wolf Creek?
yeah, of course,
Okay.
yeah.
Because he didn't like Americans, or was it just people who traveled to there?
I think it's kind of a we call you guys Yanks, like to be blunt. But I think it's just Australia and New Zealand. We're only baby countries, so we don't, you know, I guess we don't really have an identity. We're still attached to the Queen, well, not
Yeah,
the
then
Queen
you
anymore,
probably
the
didn't
King.
like what I said about the Queen, huh?
No, I'm pretty laissez-faire about the monarchy. I think. Hi,
Brienne?
Ryan.
Hey.
Okay, just making sure. Hi.
But no, I absolutely like
I
we
know.
don't hate you guys. It's just a big joke because we're torn between America and Britain with
Yeah,
culture, I think. But
yeah.
no, I love my Yank and I love all you Yanks, so it's fine.
So true, Stranger Clee and Nicole and Tom.
Yeah.
So So then what do you think about Megan before we start talking about everything else? What do you think about Megan that married the prince?
I I think it's really awful, actually. I think because she is biracial, I
Mhm.
think that that has caused a lot of a kerfuffle. The British press are terrible to her, absolutely terrible. They said some really awful things about her children, about the color of their skin.
Has that
You
been proven?
Yeah, yes, yeah, 100%. She said it, when she went on with Oprah, when she did the Oprah interview.
Mhm.
One of the members of the family said something along the lines of, uh, "We're happy that it's more like Harry's color than your skin color."
Yeah.
So I think she's gotten a very bad end of the stick,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah,
Yeah. Because they're very, very strict about bloodline anyway.
yeah,
So, you know,
absolutely. And she's American, so
right. Right.
oh gosh, like, yeah,
What do
Dave
you
said that they asked what color her babies would be. That's that kind of gross.
I didn't see that interview with Oprah, but I do know that people still are really hard on her, like even Americans, like some Americans can't stand
Mm,
her.
mm,
So, I feel bad for her in a lot of ways.
yeah, so do I. How are you, Rayanne?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
It is.
I have a
Yeah,
cold, so I'm a little kind of icky sounding, but
no.
I'm here.
So what do you think about everything?
Um, First, I just want to say thank you,
Mhm.
Tia, for staying true to yourself, for always keeping it real and transparent and being honest. I feel like we live in a world where not a lot of people really respect honesty and truth anymore. And I am one of those people. And I am very regretful that I even found a certain channel.
Mhm.
But in another way, I have to kind of feel like I was led to that channel because that channel led me to you. And I'm very grateful in that aspect.
Me too.
Um, I wish I would have, I don't know, researched a little bit more, but I had never even like been
That's
into the
awesome.
whole YouTube scene like at all besides
Right.
just watching things. But Vaughn's case really broke my heart, and
Yeah.
I really wanted to see somebody do good with it. And I feel like maybe in the beginning things were maybe had good intentions,
Yeah.
but I feel like everything's just become very. I'm trying to. How can I say this in a nice way? Um,
You don't have to be nice.
you, you have to have transparency.
Right.
And if you're going to lie about something as stupid as what they're all calling stupid, the stupid police report,
Yeah.
if it's so stupid, why lie about it?
Exactly.
If it doesn't matter, why lie?
Right. And I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be transparent with you guys, because if something like that can be lied about, then it's definitely some things you might have to start questioning. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And
It
I
was.
had actually,
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
With fighting that creator, I have major regrets because I really supported her and
Mhm.
was very open with it and sending
Yeah.
super chats and buying members.
Yeah.
And then very quickly, I started seeing things, and I regret not calling out those things when I did see them.
Mhm.
Um, because it doesn't matter if I'm just one person in that chat. I should have called it out.
Yeah.
There is no excuse for bigotry. homophobia, ableism,
Mhm.
any of it.
Yeah, but you have to understand that when you're in that kind of situation, sometimes you're just in shock. You know what I mean? You're just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my
Yeah.
god, like, I
Like you
cannot
can't
believe
believe
this."
it's happening.
Right, and you don't know, it's like you don't know what to do at first, like, what should I say? You understand what I'm saying? Don't blame yourself with that.
Well, and a lot of things I was like, wait, did she? No, she couldn't have meant it like that. And I'd be like,
Yeah, yeah,
no. But see, that's the problem though, is we do that shit too much. We have got
yeah,
to stop turning our heads and making excuses. And I'm calling myself out. I'm making myself accountable. And I've told you already this. Like I seriously regret it. Like, and then and I had started going off in the chat when she, started talking about one of her Patreons being autistic. Who the hell are you to call out one of your Patreons' personal business, and
yeah.
then you start throwing stereotypical bullshit at it about, oh, I just couldn't believe she was autistic when I talked to her. Who the fuck are you? What
What?
does autism sound like? Please
Ah,
tell me.
the snowbird
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that was before like even the fallout with Snowbird. That was just one of those chats.
Mhm.
And I started calling it out in the chat, and I was like, are we really going to sit here and be stereotypical about autism? Like, really? My son is autistic, and you can't look at somebody and just know they're autistic. You can't talk to somebody and know they're autistic.
Amen.
It's disgusting. It's just disgusting. And how anybody can support that along with all the other things, and how a member of the LGBTQ society can turn a blind eye to the F word that was dropped repeatedly and shrugged off.
Mhm.
No, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And then that's really all I have to say is she's disgusting. Her channel's disgusting. And you know what, baby? You really should have went for the bypass because the gastric sleeve didn't help.
Oh,
And
wait,
I say that as
honest.
somebody, I
can
say that as somebody that has the gastric sleeve, and I've
we
maintained it
talk
through
about
4
that though?
pregnancies.
Is it just me, or is she is promoting disordered eating?
She
How?
is.
You guys,
Like,
I look at you guys like, and I know you guys don't watch her. Like, if somebody maybe tells you, look at this, look at that, you may watch, but I don't. It's very toxic. So she has that.
Yes,
yes,
she's
she
been
does.
open about having it.
Yeah, yeah. But
Okay.
she's doing a 6-week liquid diet to try
Mhm.
to reset the muscle, which is not how it works.
No, it's a myth.
Absolutely not.
Once you stretch your stomach back out, you can't shrink it.
No.
It doesn't work that way. You got to go have the surgery all over again. And please, please, I am not fat shaming. I was a big girl. My family has a whole history of eating disorders, obesity. But when you are a person that loves to sit there and talk about people's bodies, and you have a body like that, you have no right.
Absolutely.
I don't even think she's overweight.
No.
Like, I don't think that
No,
she, by
but
any stretch of the
her
imagination.
she just, the things that she spews about the eating and the this and the that and the skinny shaming she does.
Skinny?
Yeah,
This,
yeah.
if you're skinny, you're automatically a crackhead.
What?
Why? Are you jealous?
Yeah.
The
It's
whole thing
jealousy.
with
Yeah.
Michelle, because of Michelle's size, that became a whole thing. Oh, well, she's a crackhead, or she's a meth head, or she's this and that. Why? Because she's skinny? There's millions, billions of skinny people that don't do drugs.
Absolutely.
I
There's
think she's just she lives in a very specific bubble But
Mhm.
she sits on a chair 24 hours a day, talking to a camera. She has a lot of followers. She's talking very proudly about how several people in her Patreon are also now doing this very dangerous diet,
Oh,
and
wow.
that scares me. To
Yeah.
be honest, it actually it's frightening to see. I only started watching or getting involved in this sort of side of YouTube, I think, a couple of months ago.
Mhm.
But her progression, the change in her attitude since the Michelle stuff and the Von stuff and uh, you know all of that sort of stuff, the taking the BBC calls and all this sort of stuff, it's almost like she's living in a bubble where she thinks that she's untouchable. She can do these microaggressions, she can
Mhm.
be racist, she can be
Right.
ableist, and all this sort of stuff, and it's almost like a completely different person than when I originally found her. And
Right.
I can't imagine what has the only thing I can think of is that just money and
It's
all
greed.
the fawning from people, her fandom, for lack of a
Right.
better term, has gotten to her and led her to believe that this is correct, that she can continue with these behaviors.
Right.
And it's not correct. It's not right.
Mm-mm. And that's why when she had kicked me off, because I really told us that story for Rianne because she doesn't know the whole story. But when she had kicked me off her panel in the beginning, like I told you guys, I looked at that like that could have been a good opportunity for me to like work with them, to try to figure out what to get justice for Vaughn and things like that. And I think she kicked me off her panel for a reason that day.
Mm,
And
Oh yeah.
even though at first I'm like, why would she do something like that? You know what I'm saying? Because I think the next day they started, working with LB, and I thought that was great. But in the same sense, and I have the clip, so that can't be denied in any way. I have the clip of when she did it. So, but what I'm saying is that when she did that, I think it was more of a blessing in disguise because I wouldn't have wanted to work next to them. You know what I mean?
No. I'm like, yeah, total blessing because I feel like had you have joined along, you would have become a fall person.
mm,
Yes.
You would have been thrown under the bus.
Mhm.
Like I believe, in my own personal opinion,
Mhm.
that is going to happen to Miss Bias.
mm.
Um, but I believe that they're threatened, and maybe not all of them. I don't know if Justin's threatened by a strong black woman, but I know Molly is, and time, it's been
Sure.
proven.
She said, Sparkle says, she said it's okay to say the N word or colored as long as you didn't mean it in a bad way.
Oh, she's so the type that's I've got a black friend, I've got a gay friend.
Oh, I'm Puerto Rican. I can't be racist.
Exactly.
Yeah, you
It's
can.
oh god.
Yeah, that's not true, you guys. Like, we're not living in the 1940s. Um, those are words that you shouldn't say, period. There's no excuse for it. So if somebody comes up to me and just says, so if a white person comes up to me and just says, hey, N word, I'm supposed to be okay with that because they're just being nice about it. Come on
No,
now.
you knocked them the hell out.
Right. Like, come on. How does that sound to you? Um, you guys just have to understand that
Oh, troll in
I
the chat.
I just wanted I didn't want people to think that I was aligned with her in any way. And some people got it and some people didn't. But I think, a lot of people that have been reaching out to me, oh my God, Tia, I feel so bad. I said, first of all, what do you feel bad about? And second of all, this type of stuff it happens, and there's nothing that you can do about that. But if it was affecting me, do you think I would still be talking about this? No, I wouldn't. That's what they wanted. That's why they did what they did. That is called intimidation, to
Yep.
silence you. And if you think that silences me, that you tell your subscribers to unsubscribe from me, keep dreaming. You're delusional because nothing shuts me up. Ask my fiance, he knows.
The truth will always come to light, no matter how hard somebody tries to bury it.
Now, before, who's Snow? Who are you talking about? Who is
Snowbird.
autistic?
Snowbird.
Yeah.
Snowbird.
It seems she's autistic, and Molly said when she spoke to her on the telephone, "Oh, I don't believe that you're autistic. You don't seem like you're autistic. Autism is a spectrum." You know, Rayanne can back me up on this. Like she would know a lot more than I would, but
Right.
you know, she basically um, she there was this situation with like the money. Like she was a $25 tier. I can't get over how expensive her Patreon is. That's another thing. But anyway,
I was a dumbass that did it.
no, I $50 is extraordinary to me. But this Snowbird, she went up to the $50 tier and told Molly that she was in the chat and she was saying that she wanted a wrench because they're all obsessed with wrenches over there, and Molly ended up screaming at her, and you know, because she was doing a live stream about old cases that she had done, so she was talking about a lot of like dead kids and you know the heavy kind of stuff, and so she ended up kicking this Snowbird person out of her Patreon and
But
giving her a refund.
Right.
that's one of the things that in your Patreon you advertise. So how are you going to continuously be salty when people go, "Hey, when am I going to get my wrench?" You
Mhm.
can't advertise that as a perk and then get pissed off when people ask about it.
Right.
Because I didn't care about modding, but damn right I wanted to have that damn wrench because I paid
You were
for it.
paying for it.
Well, yeah, if you pay for it, like
It's like buying a T-shirt from the Gap and you only get one arm or something. Like,
Sorry.
you guys are silly.
But it is disgusting to see that. And then after the whole thing went down with
Mhm.
Snowbird, and I hadn't even seen that actual live, but
Mhm.
the next day she had screenshot the messages between her and Snowbird and posted them private messages in Patreon. What is wrong with you?
yeah.
See,
She's a
that's
bully.
just wow. That's messed up.
She's just a bully. Like it's it it's just the bubble thing again. Like I was saying, she lives in this echo chamber, this absolute this Molly world that, and I just I'm so sorry that she came into your chat that day. It takes a certain type of personality and a certain type of mindset to come into someone's chat and say unsubbed. Like,
Oh, it's because she's not scared of anybody, but she
hmm,
doesn't actually do anything. Like to actually like go around to these people's houses that you turn around and dox. Go knock on their doors.
Yeah.
It's not hard to talk shit when you're behind a keyboard.
Oh my gosh, look
exactly.
at that. Somebody changed their name to I'm Tia. I have 3 baby daddy.
Oh, there we go. Wow, doesn't that hurt you, Tia? Gosh.
Somebody just came in here and wait, because I just looked at it. I blocked. It said, "I'm Tia." Is it I
And
love
they spelt your name wrong.
3 baby daddy, or is it I have I have 3 baby daddy? Why
Wow.
wouldn't I? For what? No. I don't care about that kind of stuff.
I know you don't. They do.
But the point is that when you do that type of stuff, that's exactly what I'm talking about though. when you do that type of stuff, that is just the reason why I read that out. So you want to know why I read that out? It's because that's just something that she would do because she's looks at Black women that way.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know what I mean? So that's just why I read it out.
But
The
Teaya,
icon
she's
looked
got
familiar.
Black people in Patreon finally.
Right?
A whole 5 of them.
Yeah.
That one.
And they gave her permission to use a do-rag and wear a grill and, you know,
Right, right.
use a black scent and things like that. Like they've
Mhm.
given her permission, then well, it must be wonderful to live like that.
Mm-hmm. And excuse me, what's sad is that when you say these types of things, and that's the only reason why I read that out loud. I wouldn't have acknowledged it, but the only reason why I did is because that's just how she thinks. You know what I'm saying? I
Mhm.
was 15 when I had my first child. I was a teenager. I was young. Okay. So at the end of the day, what's the point in saying that? Do you think that I'm embarrassed? Everybody knows that. And if you didn't, so what? The point is that she did that to get under my skin. She did that because I mean, I can't help it. I'm a sexy ass bitch. I can't help it. But
She can.
Facts. You're always looking like a snack.
Yes.
right. But those, those are the only 3 relationships I've ever been in. But the point is that she did that to get under my skin, and it's a stereotype. You know what I mean? It's just a normal, typical stereotype that people have with Black women.
Oh, that's nice for her. How many boxes she have?
And I feel that
Does he want to join panel?
okay. All right. And I feel that's what connected you to Miss Letitia. Wait, I'm missing a part of a comment here. Hold on.
I think she means because you both had kids young.
Yeah, that's why I empathize with her so much, because I was very young. And it was my first relationship, and I was the most thing is that it was my first time. So it's just everything happened at once. So I feel very, I don't know, I feel bad for Miss Letitia that people are judging her because of that, and that people were holding that over her head as if she's
Yes.
this horrible person because she chose to do what was best for her child. You know what I mean? And I had help. I lived with my mom. So I
Yes.
had help, and I'm sure Miss Letitia didn't have any help. So I think that
See,
was
I had my
thing.
oldest at 14, and I
Oh,
couldn't have
wow.
done it if I didn't have help. There's no way.
Yeah. Right.
Kudos to both of you.
Yeah. It's
My-
not easy.
My mum was young. She actually ran away from home. She actually moved from she actually ran away from one state to another state and had my sister where I ended up growing up. And it caused to this day, actually, it still causes a massive heartache in my family because no one ever talked about it. It was always a taboo subject. It was never something. So it's really refreshing to hear both of you talking about it like it's a fact of life.
Right.
I had the support, and I'm living my life, and I'm sure your son is an amazing person, both of you. Your daughter Rayanne, I should say. They're both amazing kids, and I don't think the fact that you had them young was a detriment in any way. And my sister's very successful as well. Despite the family issues we had, I don't think age is just it doesn't matter. Like, it happened. Like you said, Tia, it was your first time. Like, everything just happened, and just having that username was just, yeah, it was just peak Molly.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't even acknowledge that, and I won't acknowledge things that it's not worth acknowledging, but I think that speaks volumes. Like even when she said that one day, uh, when her and Sherelle were going back and forth, that black women hate her. Black women can't stand her. That's not true. Like I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt in the beginning, but at the end of the day, it's like, look at you. How could I give someone like that the benefit of the doubt? And I never ever knew that she doxed people. I didn't know that. I didn't know that until recently.
It seems to be her hobby.
She
Yeah.
doxed that one chick out of the one that warned Jake Brown's family. She doxed her online on during her live and then in her Patreon.
And
Who does that? And
she's
who
still going
supports
on
that?
about it.
Yeah. And who like what did that person do to her? For her, like there's never no excuse for doxing, right?
All
But
that person said is they warned Jake Brown's family. That was it.
mhm.
That's it.
And then she gets doxed because of that.
Hmm.
And I think that's one of the reasons why, I'm happy, certain people are gone is because it's like, how can you stand next to that? How can you support that?
Mm-mm-mm.
Somebody who just doxes people and, searches their history and stuff like that, especially when nobody does that to her. Nobody did that to her.
I don't think she's very worldly. I think she pretends that she's very worldly because she's traveled to Europe and she likes British music and things like that. But I think she's very I think her worldview is very small.
She's very closed off and very
Yeah,
closed minded.
Mhm.
yeah. Oh, Flavor is the oh my gosh. That's brand new
I'm
information.
sorry that she.
Oh wow, Flava. I didn't even realize
Yeah,
it
well,
was you,
Wait a
like
minute.
that she was
What's your name? Sushia? Sushia? What does that say? I need glasses, you guys. Is it Sushia?
Sucia.
Sushia.
Sucia?
Do you guys know who she
Spanish, I
is?
think. She it was basically they Molly was blaming Flavor for calling her child's school,
Mhm.
like all of this stuff, like just you know, because I think there's about 80% lies in what Molly says when she says things like my kid's school was called or my spa, I have a
Mhm.
special nickname at the spa and all this sort of how on earth would you know what spa she goes to unless you rang around every single one in Hershey, Pennsylvania? I don't know how big Hershey, Pennsylvania. All I know about that place is chocolate. But
Mhm.
but yeah, that's she kept calling this Flavor. She kept calling her this Susia and blaming her for basically trying to ruin her life.
Wow.
But see, I
Wow.
think the whole thing with that whole situation with the school, because I had seen the screenshots people had posted in the community group, I guess, of Hershey where they live. People were flipping out about the fact that she wrote that student's love letter on
Yeah,
air.
yeah.
That, I mean,
A
it could have been
student wrote a
parents
love
that were
letter?
calling the school. Yeah, a student wrote her son a love letter and oh my god, put so much personal details in it. Okay. It wouldn't have been so bad if she wouldn't have ended it with the girl's name
Mm.
also.
And then she was being all, oh, she's biracial, and she was basically making it sound like she was a street urchin from a
She was
movie or something.
adopted and like she was going to take her in and, Cinderella her. Oh, let me be your fairy godmother.
I'm gonna buy you some shoes. We're gonna go to the what is it, Banana Republic? The places that
Yeah,
you go
that's how
to
she
there.
twisted the story afterwards.
Wow.
But it was just disgusting. This poor girl was in love with her son basically, and they took her out to dinner, which I thought was really weird. That they took her out to dinner while her son has a girlfriend, and took photos with her, and like yeah, like
That was
Raya
all
said.
after it was called out though, because she had to
Oh,
put
gross.
on the show that, look, she's okay with it. See, I'm a good person. See what I do?
Wow.
Don't forget about the time she said her son was acting ghetto because he was playing basketball outside without a shirt on. Oh my
What?
god. Sparkle just said in
Bitch
the
don't know
chat.
nothing about ghetto.
Molly doxes to
Wow.
she doxes to intimidate people from talking.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, one thing that I will say is that will never stop me. Secondly, what I will say is that I would never be a channel. I understand why other channels do it, and I especially understand it now. And that's what I want to say to people like Flava and Nanya. I don't really have to say it to Nanya, but just certain people who, or how about the science girl? I don't no, she watches me. I watch her sometimes, but just people who are so judgmental towards others because, they're either cordial or I can see if you're friends with her, I can understand, but I'm just talking about being cordial. Understand that some people are new, they don't know. They're just coming into this. Not everybody researches everything. I sure don't. I guess you probably should consider doing that from now on. But the point is that try to be graceful with people like that because they just don't see that. You know what I mean? And they will, I'm sure, you know what I'm saying? But they just don't
Yep.
see it like that. Talking about people who are kind of standing in the middle, like cordial, trying to be respectful because of somebody else, because that's where I was at. Just show them a little bit of grace and understand that the reason why they don't see what you see, because I've heard a lot of people say, I'd side eye anybody who's cordial with her, blah, 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 blah. Some people just don't know. You know what I mean? Some people don't research. Give them time, and try to give them the benefit of the doubt, you know?
Yeah.
And
I,
and and the subs too, because I went hard in the beginning and like I supported her, but I also didn't know any of the past background stuff. I hadn't
Right.
like I never like always watched every single video from start to finish. So it was like I
Mhm.
would catch bits and pieces of this and that and this and that, you know. So it was like sometimes people don't always catch the full picture. So
Right.
just give a little grace, because sometimes people are probably going to be like me, and I have
Right.
serious regrets. I've told my husband, I'm like, man, yeah, I'm disgusted with myself for supporting that.
And that's why I feel like people should be graceful because you're coming down on yourself and it's not your fault. You didn't know. You know what I mean? You just came into this, you did not know, and now you do, and that's okay. And I just feel like people should use this as an example and say, okay, just know that we're here. You didn't know how she was, but now you do. And I'm not saying that I'm going to be the channel to call her out all the time because that's not going to happen. I'm not interested in her in that way. But I definitely am a channel that holds creators accountable, like without a crystal ball and stuff like that. And you got to admit that some of the stuff that Without a Crystal Ball said about Molly is right, you know, but in the same sense, I will, when something happens, I will be the one to hold creators accountable. But there are some people who dedicate their channels to calling her out. And I know she says that those people aren't going to get anywhere. Whatever. She may be right because she's not that interesting. But I think a lot of people feel the same way about her that I feel about Without a Crystal Ball, right? They look at it like she's dangerous, she's toxic, she's worse. Aren't there some people who say she's worse? I don't know her like that yet. I guess I have to do more research because I don't even know some of these stories that you guys are talking about. So what I'm saying is that a lot of people call Molly out on their channel because they have a passion for bringing awareness, just like I do with Without a Crystal Ball. All I'm saying is just don't be like her. Don't ever be and bring yourself down to her level where you're doxing or you're having your mods look up information to dox people, all of that stuff. It's definitely a scary thing because to know that she does those types of things because she just always acts as though she's the victim, you know? Everybody does everything to her. So you guys have to understand that that's all people see. They don't want to research anything else. Just saying, she has not doxed one person who threatened Letitia or that has done a fake refund request. Never dox them. Wouldn't you want to dox those people? Well, yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
I mean, you shouldn't dox anybody, right? But you're out here doxing people just for talking about you, I guess, or bringing awareness about you, whatever. But you haven't done that with Miss Letitia at all. That's true. I didn't.
Or the people that supposedly do death threats and all that.
Mhm.
We never see those.
Mm.
Right. That is true. I mean,
Always
it's never good stuff.
suspicious. I
Right.
feel like she's burnt so many bridges. She's just one day she's going to be stuck on the wrong side of the river because she's not going to be able to get across because there'll be no more bridges. That's the only way I can see it happening with her is that people are just going to wake up one day and she's going to lose her channel. She's going to lose her subscribers. It's not sustainable, like the way that she speaks and the way that she acts and the way that she attacks people. It's just not sustainable.
Yeah. I agree. And I know that, the Nonsense Channel, when she's, talking about Molly, I enjoyed listening to her live last night when she's talking about Molly, but there were just some key points that she said that I just wanted to clarify. I do not hate her in any way, shape, or form. I still think that Katie is affiliated some way or somehow, but I don't hate her, and I stand corrected. I was wrong. She's not Katie. I can admit when I'm wrong. It's not easy all the time, but I can admit it, and I apologize to her for thinking that she was Katie. But you have to understand, and I hate to say but the only reason why I did is because she came at such a convenient time, and her voice was disguised. I'm like, why is she disguising her? Oh, that's Katie, So and also because the login thing that I showed. That's why I'm saying you want people to go back and research everything, with the Justice for Vaughn story, but you should go back and research some of the things that I've done about Katie. You know what I mean? I think that's fair.
It's kind of weird that Molly hasn't said anything about the Nonsense Channel. Like
She hasn't?
no, not that I'm aware of. I mean, to be
Not
honest,
really.
she just happens to be she goes live at a convenient time for me, like when I'm having my coffee and my breakfast and
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
it's background noise to me, but she's never ever said anything about the Nonsense Channel. She's talked about the Kool-Aid like more than
Uh-huh.
once, and she always talks
Uh-huh.
about clip channels and things like that, but she's never said anything about nonsense, and that makes me things that make you go
Suspicious.
hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there has to be a reason why she has called out um everyone else, but not her. Absolutely. Okay, I'll go back and watch Nanya. I will. Um, because nonsense has receipts that will debunk her. Right. That's what basically Flavor's saying, that she has a lot of receipts. So it's sad the way this whole thing has turned out for this whole story, because at the end of the day, it was supposed to be about Vaughn.
Yes.
And everyone's forgotten that. Well, not everyone.
Yep.
I don't mean, when I say everyone, I don't mean it like that, because I know there's a
Right.
lot of people that haven't, but I feel like the message has been lost in all the drama.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just never knew all this. You guys definitely educated me today. So basically, to know all of these things that, she has doxed people and things like that. You never know what could happen one day if you're doxing people. Like I said, and I will continue to say, just because you're a public figure, it doesn't give anyone the right to have open season on your private life. I have watched it being done. I watched a whole court case where this person got a permanent PPO against someone else because of what this person was doing to her, and doxing her and putting all her private life out there, and her private life was never out there. You know what I mean? So I think it's definitely something to think about, and I have the financial means to do whatever it is I have to do. So, and if I
Yep, and
have to
all
do
I'm gonna say is if you come at you want to try to dig up stuff, go for it. I'm really boring, but I live in Texas, and Texas don't play. So I dare you. I
Yeah.
dare you.
Aren't there laws different there in Texas with stalking and all that kind of stuff, and cyberbullying?
That, and we're very much a state, a stand your ground state.
Uh-huh.
Um, we have castle laws where our
Mhm,
home is our domain, our car is our domain.
mhm.
Let's just say that almost every person you see in Texas is like a lot of people either concealed carry or they just carry. Like, we're very, very pro protect yourself, and that is not a threat. I'm not threatening anyone, so please
Right.
don't clip and take my words out of context.
Right.
I'm saying that don't try me, because you will find out.
Oh, she
Exactly.
doesn't know where Japan is on a map, so I'm
I
You crack
love
me
you,
up.
stranger.
I just love her. She is just so amazing, and I love your accent.
Oh, stop.
No, it's so
I'm
cute.
just
I just want to
obsessed
like
with it.
hug you.
I know.
So
Next time
I
Sparkle
don't
has
sound
to
like
come
Steve Irwin, that's the good thing.
up. Next time Sparkle has to come up here.
Yes.
Um, but you guys are 100%. You guys educated me. Like, I did not know these things. I mean, I knew some stories, but I didn't know that it was to that extent. Because what and Rianne, you can understand this. When you have babies, it's hard to be able to catch up on everything,
Oh,
um,
yes.
and like I said, I always knew that she was very problematic, but we shared a mutual friend, and I just didn't want to be disrespectful to her or anything like that. But now I look at this in a very different way, because, you know, you just never know what that mutual friend may have been sharing for her. And it's sad to say that. I hope that's not true, but it's like, how can anyone support that? Now, I have heard that people have doxed Molly before too, right?
Hmm. And that is
She
wrong
doxes
in
her.
any sense.
She doxes herself.
That too.
Yeah.
Well,
She gives
I don't.
everybody her info to send her packages and
Yeah.
food
Mhm.
and all that stuff. So when you kind of put yourself out there like that, you're also kind of asking for it in a certain way. Like, you're freely giving your address
Mhm.
and your info, and all it takes is one person that liked you one day that sent you a Happy Meal to turn around and hate you the next day, and they have your
Exactly.
address.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true. You ain't never lied. And also, there is no justification for people calling her child schools or anything like that.
No, that's wrong.
That's horrible.
Totally wrong.
Absolutely not. He's a minor.
Right.
Yeah.
I should never do that. However, that doesn't give her the right to do the same. Two wrongs don't make a right. People just don't understand that these days. That's the only way that I can look at it, is she uses that as an excuse, or she probably has other people do her dirty work for her.
Well, she says she doesn't, but
Mhm.
she says that people just send them to her. Like, she says it in this very, I am the one God. Please send me. Like, she gets very high and mighty about it.
Mhm.
And she claims that she doesn't do any of these things, but I have no doubt that she's got some sort of PI or something on retainer.
Well,
Getting
she
And
actually
she
said that
asked
in
for
my
stuff.
chat.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, she actually said that in my chat one day. She's like, you know, we were talking about doxing at that time, and she was like, I said, that's unacceptable. I don't condone that in any way. And she's like, she came into my chat. She's like, oh, don't worry. People will they'll just willingly send you information. People can willingly send me information. But if somebody sends me information, private information about anyone else, like if tomorrow somebody sends me private information about Molly, I would block them because I
Yep,
don't
you said that already on live.
I don't want anybody's private information. And if you would go to those extremes to do something like that, why would I trust you? Because then what if I do something to piss you off? Are you going to do the same thing to me?
Mm.
You know, like I would never ever condone that type of behavior. And the only way that I would ever say that it would be okay to do that is if I was like taking her to court or something, you know, and I
Yeah.
needed her address to get her served or something like that. You know what I mean?
I'm shocked at the amount of people in chat right now who have been yelled at her or yelled by at yell blah, 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 who have been yelled at by her just because they've said things in her chat. Like, there's more than one. There's poor Joni. It happened to her yesterday, it seems. Objection Trickery has also been yelled at by her on a live.
And Joni, oh my gosh, what she
Joni.
said to Joni about her PhD? Oh,
What'd she say?
Joni was in chat and she said that basically she called, I don't want to say the last name because I don't want to put that on the actual
Yeah.
live.
Never
But she basically used her name and then turned it into a derogatory remark about her being a loser and like unintelligent. I don't know exactly what she said, but she like just called her out because she said something about, I think she was supporting you or saying she was like in the middle or something. I don't really know for sure, but there's no excuse to do that.
Ah, yes, those
Oh,
losers
wow.
with PhDs.
Right.
Those
So,
massive losers.
right? Can you tell your story, Brian, of why you chose to just like part ways?
Well, besides all the things that I kind of said at the beginning, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
It kind of, what really made me kind of go, this is fishy. Like something about this is fishy is, and I don't care what anybody says. When I love a creator, when I support a creator, I'm generous because that creator is providing me content. And I am a stay-at-home mom and I need content, damn it. So I gladly support creators. And when Miss Bias, when it was last said that she was in the hospital or something, I had super chatted her. And I super chatted it because I know that she does not read comments usually unless it's something that she wants to call out and scream at the person and delete. So I, had super chatted like, can I send you money to PayPal to send Miss Letitia some flowers?
Oh my gosh.
And yes, that was me. So many people have said that now that it's come out, like, oh my God, that was you. And because I was just like, oh my gosh, I have been in and out of the hospital so much of my life that, it's just one of those things that it really can brighten your day when you're in a white walled hospital staring at the window all day. But she barely clicked on it, briefly read it, and then started going off about, no, don't send me any more money for her. Don't send me money for her. I told you guys that. And I'm like,
what?
That's not what I said. Like, that's not why I'm sending the super chat. The super chat's not for her. And so I was in the chat and I was trying to explain it. And of course, she didn't see the comments, and I'm using air quotes with that.
Mhm.
And there were other people that were also trying to be like, hey, that's not what she's saying. She's trying to find out if, she can give you money to buy flowers for Miss Letitia. And so my dumbass sends another super chat. And I was to explain the first super chat, like, I'm not trying to send this money for Miss Letitia. I'm trying to send money to buy her flowers.
Mhm.
And she didn't even read it. She clicked on it and didn't say shit. And that upset me. And I was like, are you real? Like, for real?
Aw.
And I was going back and forth with one of the mods. And the other mod was like trying to explain. I was like, the only reason I super chatted is because that's the only way to get her attention.
Yeah.
Which should
Right.
have been a big, huge red flag for me anyways, which kind of
Right.
was. But of course the mod's like, oh, I know, she's just so busy, so busy, so busy. You know what? You say it's your job. You proudly say YouTube is your job, but you treat your subscribers like crap.
Mhm.
She's always on her
And
phone. It
mhm,
drives me crazy. She's always on her telephone, just staring at it instead of actually participating with the chat.
Yeah.
mhm. And
Yes.
so after that, like, and then I had also said, because I started to get like kind of irritated. I was like, I said something like, it's okay, it doesn't matter or something, because just like I've been asking for my wrench and I haven't gotten it. Oh, and then all of a sudden she sees the comment, and
Of
my
course.
wrench magically appears,
Uh,
but the flowers for Letitia never gets addressed. So after
What?
that live, the live was deleted.
Mhm.
Okay, that whole video was deleted because I went back the next day to try to go on there,
Uh-huh.
and then she went live that following that day, the next day, and um, starts talking, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I think I'll send some flowers to Letitia." And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this is for
serious?
real?
Oh my god.
Yes. So then I comment, yeah, like I was trying to do yesterday. And of
Wow.
course, no response. But for
Mhm.
me, the whole thing, that just kind of made it look fishy. And
Right.
please, 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 I am not saying anything bad towards Miss Letitia,
Yeah.
because I believe that this poor woman has been greatly taken advantage of.
Right.
And I feel like she's kind of at the mercy of certain individuals right now. And because when she came on talking about Letitia being in the hospital, so many of us subscribers were like, can we, send her cards? Can we, I said flowers. Other people were saying cards, and she never addressed any of it.
Mhm.
Any of it. I'm sorry, but if somebody you so care about is in the hospital and other people are trying to like show their love and care towards that person, wouldn't you like address it or try to say something or try to get those things towards them?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Unless that person is not. And that's all I'm going to say. That's my own personal opinion.
No,
And
she's like a
that's
little
that.
information goblin. Like she just holds on to information, and I know something you don't know. Like she's always like that. And she didn't want you to know the hospital, so you couldn't send the flowers,
Well, and
you know.
I didn't want the hospital. I never asked for an address. Nobody ever asked for an address.
Mm.
Mhm.
All people were asking is, could you be like the middle person to get this stuff to her?
Right. Right.
And
Because
that's all I asked.
she knew the address. She knew where she.
Yes.
Right. Right. I got you. Oh, that was so sweet. I do hope that, you know, even now, like the person coming in, Tia has 3 babies' fathers, all this kind of stuff. I do hope that um, with the way the people act surrounded around her, even, Molly herself, I do hope that Miss Letitia sees who she truly is. You know what I mean? Because I even when it came to the story about Vaughn, like I told you guys, even after she kicked me off her panel, I still stayed cordial with her, because like I said, we have a
Mm-hmm.
mutual friend. I kept it cordial with her. Uh, and when I would speak about Without a Crystal Ball and the things that she was doing, of course, she never shared. Um, she would only share the lives that I would speak about Without a Crystal Ball. But when I would talk about, justice for Vaughn and Dre, she never shared those lives. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm. I
saying?
noticed
Yeah,
that too.
yeah.
And it's like, it's almost as if I noticed that, she was like a gatekeeper, like, even with Sherelle's worlds. Now, I know somebody for sure who's seen her in Sherelle's chat saying, "Can you get off live because Miss Letitia has something to say?"
Wow.
My
And
God.
that's what made Sherelle so mad, because it's like, wait a minute, what does that have to do with me? Okay,
Wait,
you're
you
going live.
mean the same thing she's accusing KJ of doing to her?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Huh.
But
Imagine
Sherelle,
that. It's like they're almost the same type of person.
Right, right.
Sherelle was it Sherelle that she said um that it wasn't a race issue and that
Yes,
Sherelle
Yep.
couldn't speak on the black experience and how this affects black people.
right. Yep.
Was that it was Sherelle?
Yes. Because she went on Sherelle's panel, because Sherelle was going to bring more awareness to this case. Sherelle is a bigger creator, so she would have brought so much more awareness. And Sherelle has a very diverse audience, you know what I mean? Which,
A big audience.
definitely, yeah, and a big audience, very diverse. So, and there's obviously a lot of Black people who support her. So it would have been great for her to be able to bring awareness to the story. But it's almost as if, when Sherelle's World started talking about it, she expressed the fact of the racial undertones in this case and how this case was so overlooked, like so many other cases with, Black people, minorities in general. And she was just talking about that. And Molly, of course, was like, this is not about Black, it doesn't matter the color of his skin, blah, 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 blah. And then she started talking about how Black women hate her. And it's like, Black women don't hate you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even hate her, So it was just,
What an odd thing to say.
yeah. I feel like you were being very dismissive towards Sherelle's World. You had no right. That's Sherelle's opinion. She is allowed to say her opinion. And I remember Molly saying, "Don't you guys want this to stop? Don't you guys want this to stop?" So then right away, that lets me know that she's the type of person that thinks that talking about racism doesn't do anything. That's her opinion.
Right.
I
She's a
also, in my opinion, think that had it gone to Sherelle's World
Mhm.
and say any other Black creator,
Yeah,
it would have brought in more Black people onto the matter.
I agree. I really
And
wish Sherelle's World could
why
have covered
would
it.
you not have wanted that?
Right.
Why are you so threatened by strong Black women? Why? Why?
Yep, because Sherelle's World is a bigger creator than her, and she'll continue to be a bigger creator than her. So I really do feel like it would have been, very nice if she would have been able to talk about this case. She would have brought more awareness on it. I think, more Black people, more Black creators would have been talking about it. It probably would have gotten to Black Twitter, if anybody knows about Black Twitter, and, how they definitely talk about cases that most people don't talk about. I think it would have definitely I just feel like it would have been handled, and it would have been so much more beneficial for Miss Letitia if Sherelle's World would have been talking about this. Just
And I'm sorry, but you cannot be a true crime content creator if you cannot address the fact that there is a huge disparity between how white cases are handled and Black, minority, and
Amen.
indigenous cases are handled.
Amen.
Period. Point blank.
Amen. Amen. And she was just being so dismissive to a point. I mean, Rianne, you're spot on, girl. You're on it tonight. You guys are both on it, stranger. She definitely, I feel like, kind of was a gatekeeper because, she started, it's almost as if she was like talking about Sherelle's World to make sure that her people wouldn't go over and watch Sherelle. And I also think that she can't hold anything against Sherelle because Sherelle is a bigger creator than her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but then why would you look at it that way? Because that would have definitely brought more subscribers to you because more people would have respected you, more awareness to the case, more help for Miss Letitia. I don't think that it would have gotten like this for Miss Letitia if
Mm-mm.
Sherelle's World, and it's not even just due to the fact that Sherelle's World is Black, and she's gorgeous, but I'm just saying I really truly believe that this wouldn't be happening right now if Sherelle's World was like talking about this with Miss Letitia.
She didn't want to share the views. She didn't want to share the clicks, and she wanted to gatekeep it with her. And I'm sorry, but has anybody else ever noticed that when she goes onto anybody else's panel, how she acts like she's bored, she's not interested,
She's got a headache. She has to
she's
leave early.
sick, she's
No, I've never
just
noticed that.
oh
Yeah,
baby, you need to watch
always.
some videos.
I
And
should.
has been called out
Justin,
for it, and it's been
Justin,
deleted.
I have to go. I can't stay on any longer. I
What
have
are we
to
even talking
go.
about?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
And it's a shame because even with Justin, I like Justin. I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but obviously you can't give somebody like that the benefit of the doubt if you can willingly go and tell people to pretty much you're asking people to follow your lead when you're announcing that you're unsubscribing from somebody. But the point is that, Justin, the only reason why I modded him here is because he was friends with someone else that was a mod. As soon as I found out how that mod was, when it came to lying about the report, it was a wrap for me. She was already unmodded that same day. So, of course, why would he stay? He's not going to stay. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I unmodded him. He wouldn't have been in here knowing the fact that, and he showed it, you know what I'm saying? Knowing the fact that I'm going to go against the narrative that he's perpetuating, to help Molly,
Exactly.
whatever that is. But regardless,
Looks like sorry guys, looks like we're making news. They've gone live about you, Tia.
Oh,
who
please,
cares?
please tell me what we're attached to. Tell me this narrative that you're trying to spin about us new mods. What am I attached to? I'd love to know because
We're dodgy,
I
Leanne.
need.
We're dodgy.
That's
When you-
right. We're all the
When
same
you and
person.
dodgy.
Right. And also, just to let people know, I didn't do anything.
Oh wait, I'm a junkie. We're junkies
We're
and low
junkies and
lives.
low lives.
Oh, okay. Huh? Okay.
Well, here's the
All
thing.
right.
Also, I didn't do anything to Goose. And that just shows you how Molly is because I was respectful enough to not say her name, but I didn't do anything to Goose. The
Well, it
reason
looks like
why
the goose is out of the bag, so I think you can talk about it now.
yeah, I didn't do anything to Goose. The reason why I unmodded Goose is because she lied to me. She told me that the police report was fake, things were going to happen with it, and all I've ever asked is for my friends to just be honest with me. That's all I've ever asked, and that's it. So I unmodded her for that reason. And it's like, yes, a lot of people have warned me about the situation. Even one person that I was actually really cool with, but the only reason why I didn't even take into consideration what she was trying to say is because of the way she was acting, the way she treated me. It's a whole other story. But regardless, That's why I am on a goose. It had nothing to do with anything else but that. So, and I don't give a shit what Molly says, you know, and she can say whatever she wants to. You know, she's entitled to say what she wants to say, but I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say. And I just did not want any alignment with her. I don't like the way she moves. I don't like the things that she does. And I just wanted people to know that I wasn't aligned with her.
I think I think that you have created a platform that is accessible, it's safe. You don't exist in an echo chamber, you don't dog whistle, you have created something that is truly special, that we have a fantastic chat, we have amazing people that we get to speak to every time that you're live.
Mhm.
And I think that that's threatening to people. I think
Mhm.
that
Right.
I think if you even just look at our chat, it it's so much, it's more interactive. It's people making friendships. It's oh no god, now I sound
It
like I'm
feels
talking
like
about
home. And I
yeah.
don't care how stupid that may sound to some people, but I've never gone up on anybody's panel. I'm still shaking from my social anxiety of going, oh my God.
I can't
But
believe you guys came up here.
I love
Yeah,
Teaya
I'm
so
nervous as
much.
anything.
And I
Right?
am proud of you. I am so fucking proud of you for standing up and speaking your truth when you knew the backlash that was going to happen and you didn't care.
Exactly.
No, I don't care about that stuff. You guys, I've been here. I've been here before. I've been with a creator who did the same exact thing. You know, she was mad because I wouldn't do what she wanted me to do. It seems like that happens to me a lot. That's why I don't want any affiliation with bigger creators because this is what they do. And
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. So let me tell you something. Just because you throw money at a black woman does not mean you are not a racist piece of shit.
what
Don't
did
even.
she say? You guys
Oh,
don't pay attention to her. Like it's not. It's. I
I'm
swear
sorry,
it's
but
not.
you don't get to sit there because she threw some super chats at you and she thinks she owns you. Why? Because you keep trying to buy black people. Why do you keep trying to buy black people? Why? If you're not racist, you should be able to freely make friends, right?
Well,
Huh,
no, I
Well,
didn't.
apparently we're paying for wrenches. How much do I owe you, Tia, for the wrench?
dollar bills, y'all.
I'm-
Dollar bills, y'all.
Wait a second.
Apparently you always throw the race card. That's the current narrative.
Yeah,
Well, that's.
because it
I think
is
that's what.
true.
Well, I think that's what every creator says when they are trying to be dismissive towards Black people. That's not anything
No,
new.
it is.
A lot of
It is 100% dismissing you.
right, right. It's just more or less dismissing what I'm saying, but I just think that with Sherelle's world, it could have been handled differently, and um, I think it could have been handled in a very what?
Ryan and I, sorry, we're white women
None.
reacting right now.
Yeah.
It,
Mm-mm.
yeah,
Just
I'm
don't
she's
not
pay
not
trying
being
to
attention.
nice. She's not being nice.
Don't pay
She's
attention to what she says.
she's being disgusting.
I think
And anybody that can
I think
stand
you
there
got under the
and
skin there,
watch
Tia.
what she is talking about, anybody that can sit there and watch what she is saying about a black woman and think that that is okay, you are a problem.
She's racist. Clip that, Molly.
Well,
Clip that and clip it. Make fun of my accent. I don't give a shit. But you're racist. You're
she's probably using that to obviously get us upset. And she's not worth that, you guys. She's not worth getting upset for at all.
But see,
And
I love
nothing,
you, and so I'm going to stick up when I hear some nasty shit like that. You
right.
don't get to sit here and publicly bully people and not have any repercussions. What the hell is
Yeah,
wrong with you?
Rayanne,
but
you
you guys,
adopting Marissa? This is brand new
yeah, but
information.
she bullies everybody, you guys. She does. You cannot let someone like that get under your skin because she bullies everybody. Anybody that
Why
doesn't
don't you
line
ever
with her.
address any of the things that are said about you rather than straight going on the defense and being rude and racist and a bigot? Why don't you say, hey, no, that's being taken wrong, I didn't mean it like that, or this is what I really think? No, you never say that. You just straight go to digging your hole deeper.
Right.
Huh.
But we're not going to stoop to her level.
No.
Nope.
We're not going to stoop to her level. We're not going to look bash or look shame or call her this or call her that.
I think she's a rather handsome woman, to be honest.
She is pretty, but her actions make her ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she's pretty, but that's just my opinion. But I'm not going to look bash her, and do the things that she's doing because that's not me. You're never going to get me to come out of my character if you're talking about looks, because when you're talking about looks, you lose all argument with me. Like, you lose all credibility. Everything that you say goes out the window at that point.
It's the lowest form of trying to attack someone or trying to get
Right.
something over someone.
And most people knew what was going to happen. You know what I mean? Most people knew. And I think that that's what she thought too. She thought that, she would, I guess, because she sent subs over my way and she sent me super chats, that was going to get me to keep my mouth shut. And yeah, she can look bash me all she wants to. There's nothing.
Well, you're beautiful.
I'm not insecure. She can look bash me until her face turns blue. It's not the first time and it's not going to be the last time. But I don't do that. And the reason why I don't do that is because I don't have to. If that makes any sense. I don't have to look bash anybody because I'm confident in myself and I am. Yeah, it's inevitable. It's inevitable.
But where's the facts? Where's the receipts? I mean, she's got all this stuff to say, but you don't ever actually bring up anything relevant.
Right.
This proves the point, doesn't it? That she just makes things up.
What?
Like, this 100% proves that she just makes things up. If she's saying all of this stuff about Teaya right now, that is categorically not true. She's just pulling this off the top of her head. So what else does she just pull off the top of her head?
And that's why I said I hope and pray that Miss Letitia sees this. I hope and pray that she sees her for who she truly is, because I just think that Miss Letitia deserves better. And a lot of people will ask me that. They'll be like, aren't you going to talk about this person's looks? Blah, 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 blah. First of all, Molly can never hold a candle to me. Okay, for one.
Bam.
And for two, I don't look bash people, you guys. We don't go low over here. And another thing you guys have to understand is she's doing exactly what a lot of people want her to do. This is what people want, especially the people that don't like her, because it shows. It just shows what inevitably happens with this woman. And she's not doing anything but boosting my ego. Okay. And I don't even have a huge ego. But when people talk about looks, you guys, and they say trans,
And why
trans,
are you like hating on trans men? Because first off, trans, like, I'm just not even gonna address it because it's
I have trans. I have trans. I have trans friends, and also you are supposedly best friends with someone who is gay.
yeah.
So that just shows your character. It doesn't show mine. But nobody's gonna get me to come out of my character at all, because at the end of the day, I just like I said, we don't look shame over here. People can look shame me all day long, and it has happened. It happened to me in school growing up. I've been threatened to get my face cut up. I've been threatened to be jumped. I used to be threatened to be jumped every day, all of these things. But I'm happy with myself when I look in the mirror. So if I was to stoop to her level and make fun of her looks, then that makes me no better than her.
I just hope
So
that any future families see this and see
please.
her and
Mhm.
run.
I'm just looking at our pictures right now, and I'm thinking mine is like 20 years old, so I don't even look like that anymore. and Rayanne is gorgeous, obviously. Well, why I'm in Sydney, I have no idea. I think I've had that picture as my Google picture for about 25 years.
Right.
But if they come for looks and stuff like that, that's just it's the lowest of the low. Like, it's not.
I'm comfortable with myself, and I have a husband that
same.
loves every inch of me.
Yep, same. Well, I
Yeah.
don't have a husband, but
You
I've
have a
got the female
beautiful wife.
equivalent of yes, who just
You
snuck
have a
in here
beautiful wife.
and waved. You know,
And I am very, very happy, and I have a very, very handsome man that I've been with for over 10 years. Or wait, how long have we been together? Shit.
That's when you know it's been a long time.
9
Yeah.
years? 9 years? So I don't care what she says, you guys. I think people just automatically think, and what she's doing is she's just bringing the people who hate her more traffic to my channel. So thanks. I mean, because like I said, these are things that people warn me about. But what you guys have to understand is I was never friends with her. I was never
and
friends
I
with her.
plan on going through and clipping all the times when you spoke about it. It just may take me some time because I've got 4 kids.
Can I just address a comment in the chat?
Mhm.
Natasha, how can you look so crazy that people have thought that you weren't a straight woman? As a non-straight woman, I just look like a woman. I didn't realize that queer women looked crazy.
Do I look bisexual? Because I was with a woman for 5 years before my husband. What does it look like?
I'm a little bit perturbed by that comment. Yeah, I don't know. You, Rayanne, you and I, maybe we have a look. It's a crazy non-straight look.
Because I'll look at anybody and I will tell them if they're gorgeous, if they're slaying, if they're beautiful, if their outfit's killer. Like, I love seeing beauty. Like, I just love when, especially another mom or something, just like supporting them and trying to lift someone up. Like, that is like the ultimate thing. Like, how many times I can't tell you when I've been feeling like crap and someone's been like, you're gorgeous, or I love your hair, or this and that, and it's just like an instant boost.
That's why I love going up to people and giving them compliments, because it really does make people's day, you guys. And you guys, they can talk about me until the sun comes up. It's very ironic that somebody like Molly can be sitting there talking about me and look shaming. Like, I can see if she was just trying to debunk the things I'm saying. She can't debunk them because everything I'm saying is true. So when you have to resort to look shaming, first of all, I don't watch that shit. So if you think I'm watching it, I'm not. If you think that there's some things or clips that you want to send me that's necessary for me to have, in case I need to report it to YouTube or something like that, definitely let me know. But please understand that I don't watch that shit. I don't address that shit. I don't look shame. I don't need to do that. You can talk and say that I look trans and I'm really a man.
You are a beautiful man if that's the case. Like, come on. Can we
Oh,
use something
shit.
better? Like,
You can say all of those things, but it's not going to make me stoop that low. There's nothing that she can say. And the thing is, what she's trying to do is trigger me to start talking about her. Okay. And that would be very easy for me. But I'm not going to do it. She shouldn't be talking with her. I need glasses, you guys. I need to get. I think I have
can't see the
astigmatism.
chat. I can only see like the little notifications I get because I'm on my phone and it's driving me crazy. It's probably a good thing I can't see everything.
She shouldn't be talking. Oh, people get mad, and I understand that, but don't pay attention to it. Just ignore it. You know, like it's not helping sitting there watching her sit there and bash people and talk about them and all this kind of stuff. That's not helping the situation. And like I said, I don't watch that shit. And I think the point is why people do these things is they want to get a reaction out of you and they want you to stoop to their level. Because if you stoop to their level, like I said, if I was to start talking about her, I would have her crying. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Oh wait,
do
she's
that.
gonna cry and not actually address anything that's being asked of her.
Right. Like I would seriously have her crying.
She'll have to
because
leave the chat. She'll have to
she
leave and go
doesn't
and lay down.
Right. She doesn't hold a candle to me. So how I look at it like this, let her say what she wants to say, you know, let her talk what she wants to talk. And she's only showing herself and who she is. I'm not going at a back and forth battle with Molly over looks. I'm just not doing it. Like when people resort to going that low, first of all, what if I was a trans woman?
Exactly. And what if
What's
you
the
hadn't
point?
come out, or what if you were on the
What's your
edge
point?
of a breakdown or anything?
You know what I'm saying? I'm not. My fiance can attest to that. T Breezy, but never was. I was born, you know, I would like to know what it's like to be a man so I can know what it's like to be standing up for once
Oh my
because it has
God.
to
I
be
want to
so
be able to just open my car door and pee like my boys do. Come on.
like I just want to know what it's like to be standing up. That's it. But I'm not, you know. I was born a woman. And if, you know, people want to walk around and say those types of things, they can. But I just think Molly's the last person that should be saying things like that. But in the same sense, she's welcome to bash looks all she wants. But I don't go there because when I go there, like I said, I get brutal because I've been there and I've hurt people in the past by my words. I get brutal and I'm not going to do that because it's going to make me look really bad, you guys. It's going to make me look like her. Do you guys want me to
Again,
look like
people
her?
will clip it out of context and they'll go after
Right.
you. Exactly.
Mhm.
And if she's upset with what I said when I came on panel, that was me. I said that. That wasn't you.
Said what?
I take account when I talked about the gastric bypass, and I said that. So if you want to
Yeah.
come at me, baby.
Oh, she can come at me all she wants.
I also had gastric sleeve, and I don't hide it. I work my ass off to maintain my weight, keep my weight where it is, and it saved my life, and it gave me 3 babies. I lost one, but besides the fact, oh crap, hang on one second. One of them's waking up actually.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh, I hear babies. I love babies.
I feel left out because I don't have any. I've only got the cat.
Well, you could have a kid if you want to, right?
Yeah, I guess living overseas though, it's not exactly viable to
Right.
adopt or anything while we're here. Maybe
What's
if we
it
move
like to
to
live in you live well, I
in
don't want to say China, right?
Japan.
Oh, Japan. I'm
Japan.
sorry.
Yeah.
And they're more advanced in technology, aren't they? Or
No,
is
they
it
still
China?
use that. No, Japan creates a lot of really great technology, but it's still a cash society, and they still use fax machines.
Mhm,
They use a stamp to sign for things. Like
mhm,
it's very backwards in a lot of ways, very antiquated.
mhm.
It can be really frustrating, like incredibly frustrating. But
Yeah.
it's where we ended up, and we've we're living good. It'll be 10 years in December for me, so I don't know any different
Oh.
anymore. I don't think
Well, I would just okay, so the food though. I love
the food's great.
Japanese food. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
And the thing is about Japan is that to me they eat healthier.
they do.
Don't you
Yeah,
think?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. They
like
most of the clothes here are free size, so there's
mhm,
there's only one size because most women can fit into them. There's very few plus sized clothing companies here. And
mhm.
as a foreign woman, I'm automatically plus size. I'm automatically obese. Like that's just the way it is. But
You're
it's
beautiful.
it's well, I'm more blonde than I am in that picture. That's for sure. But yeah, it's different. It's very different living here. Like I miss a lot of stuff about Australia, and I miss a lot of stuff about America when we go there. And
Mhm.
but that's why planes were invented, and we got married in January of 2020. So we often joke that we brought COVID into the world, unfortunately, because that's literally we got off the plane and that was the first time we heard about it was that trip. So coming back from Detroit, um, but you know, it's
Listen, okay. Carol says, I hope you do report her. I did. As a part of the LBGTQIA community, she's very offensive, using transphobia to put someone down is horrible. She also is using a very derogatory term for transgender people. Okay,
uh,
listen. If she is offending anyone when it comes to that, please, you're not allowed as a YouTuber to tell people to report her. But however, if she is offending anyone and people are sensitive about that, then please report her. You know what I'm saying? Because that is technically hate speech. That is what that's under. So if she is doing that, if I know that two people just messaged me and said that they're going to send me some clips that they think I need to report her. So I will. You know what I'm saying? Because if she's offending anyone, especially the LGBTQ community, and it's LGBTQIA. I didn't know that unless you accidentally put the I. I don't know. Wait,
intersex,
LGBTQ. Oh,
intersex.
okay. So that's what it is now. LGBTQIA. Okay, yes, I am not confirming to you guys. I was never a man, but I would have loved to be one, just for at least a day or two, just to see what it's like, how they think, all that stuff. But I never was. However, no offense to anybody who ever was and is, and I'm not apologizing for her because she's obviously a piece of shit for even speaking that way. So if you feel that it's very, if it's bothering you or anything like that, absolutely report her because that is a term of hate speech, or LGBTQ plus. Okay, so I thought it was just LGBTQ. What's the I and the A stand for?
I is intersex and A is asexual. It can also
Okay.
stand for ally as well.
Okay. So, yes, if she's offending anyone, because even if I was trans, I would be very proud of it. But I'm not. Shout out to Nikki Tutorials. Love you. That's one of my favorite makeup artists who is trans. But I that's wrong of her to do. You know what I'm saying? And especially if I actually was, that would be very, very offensive. So please, if she is doing that, report her. Report her.
It's so high school.
It is.
As
It is.
it's
Because
so
we
high.
weren't talking anything about her looks. We were just sitting here talking about I was talking about my experience, and basically just talking together. And the gist of the whole point of me telling you guys this is I wanted you guys to know I have never been friends with her. I was just cordial with her out of respect for someone that I thought was my friend. So at the end of the day, that's why, but I never had anything to do with her. I've only been on her panel a couple times. You never see me in her chat. I never asked her to tell her subscribers to subscribe to me. I never asked her for a damn thing. And I cannot be bought. Okay, you're not going to buy me so I can perpetuate your narratives. If you are that offended just because I said one thing, which is the report is not fake, then that's you and your issues. That's a you problem, not a me problem. And at the end of the day, nobody is going to silence me. I'm not your friend. I don't give a fuck about you, nor do I give a fuck about what you think. So you can go on your channel and talk about me and say I'm trans and say this and say that. If that makes you feel better, do it. Do it. But when you resort to looks, I have always said this when you talk about looks, especially when you're talking about somebody who you're trying to say that I am trans and I'm not, and you're offending people. You want to do that? Go ahead and keep doing that. But I've always said, okay, and it wouldn't be offensive. Even if I was, I wouldn't, I'm not offended by her saying that. I'm offended for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like for her to even take it there. But in the same sense, I'm not resorting to looks because once you talk about looks, your credibility is out the window. If you have to resort to talking about looks, it's a compliment because you don't have anything else to talk about. There's nothing else that you can say. So that's why you have to resort to looks. I have been bullied all my life, you guys, in high school. Every which way. I used to eat lunch in the bathroom. I went through a very hard time in high school. So I can handle it. But if she is offending anyone else, because I don't watch that shit, but if she's offending anyone else, please report her. Please report her. um, and I'm sorry for anyone. I'll say I'm sorry for anyone that she did offend. That went over there to see what she was saying, and if it offended you, I do apologize because, I hope that Black trans women do see that. You know what I'm saying? Because she's gonna have a lot more people talking about her tomorrow.
Amen, Dave. What Dave just said is right on.
Ad hominem attacks means, hold on, damn it. Ad hominem attacks mean you so lost. Amen, Dave. Dave is always spot on though with everything. Like always. Can't address facts and truth, so she has to go for personal attacks. Amen. Amen. So I'm sorry if she offended anybody in the chat.
It's
Are you worried that someone? Go ahead, honey.
Why would why would being transgender, why is that an insult anyway? Like that says more about her than it does about anything.
It does. And I feel bad if anybody is offended by that, because that's messed up. That is very, very messed up. She will go low once somebody speaks about her negatively. Well, yeah, I guess you can say we were speaking about her negatively, but then she could have just spoke about us negatively. Why did she have to talk about looks and trans people, and make homophobic comments? She didn't have to go there. She could have just talked about what we were talking about. Are you worried that someone will twist it and say that you are encouraging subs to report someone? Because Katie tells her subs the same thing, and people say she is tell people to mass report. Well, no, I'm not worried because if she's really doing hate speech, you're supposed to report her. You don't know who she could be hurting when she's saying that. You know what I mean? So you should, absolutely. We support you because you stand for truth. Native warrior. It's crazy because Kisme, um, she knows I'm half Indian, and have I ever told you guys I'm half Indian or no?
No, I think we knew you were biracial, but
Okay, because um, she knew. Like because my dad is Indian. He's from the I'm pretty sure Navajo tribe. I think. I really didn't get to know my dad very well, but it was crazy because she was talking about, standing alone and things that Native Indians do. And I'm like, oh my God, did you know I was half Indian? She's like, I could just tell. She said she could just tell because of my cheekbones. So that was cool.
oh, thank you, Terry. I said thank you before you did.
Where, oh, Terry, thank you. Thank you,
being a
Terry.
person, being a
Super
postal
chat.
secretary.
Thank Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. That means so much to me. Thank you. I report her all the time for bullying and hate speech because she does it all the time. Okay. And that never works, Miles? Or no? You have those real cheekbones. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
you
how she
do.
knew.
You've
I can
you've
see
got
it.
cheekbones for days.
I can see it in your face. You're very native looking. Nobody's ever told me that, but thank you. Um, YouTube seems not to care about that. Yeah, I don't think they care, but they should. They should. You wanna know why? Because if they can go as far as to get rid of a like button, a thumbs down button because it's affecting people's mental health, then they should start paying attention more to what creators are saying. You know what I'm saying? Like toxic creators like that who, make derogatory terms and talks about you shouldn't be able to get away with those types of things.
With
YouTube needs
Molly's
to start paying
private,
more attention.
because she's privated her lives and she's deleted a lot of them. Can YouTube still see them? Do they hang around,
Yes.
or are they are
Mhm.
able to see them?
If
Sorry,
you
y'all.
delete a live stream, oh, you're good,
Welcome back.
sweetheart. If you delete a live stream, it's still there. Like YouTube can always have access to it. So you won't see it, but
Interesting.
YouTube will.
Yeah, because that's her
And you
favorite thing to do is to delete.
Right. Oh, so she probably dirty deletes, but even if she dirty deletes, it's still going to be there. So, like I said, if some people think that there's specific moments where you think she was really, you know, doing hate speech, I will report that to YouTube. I will, because I'm a creator and I don't want her offending, you know, people who are trans. Like that's just absolutely ridiculous. And I cannot believe that there are actually gay people who support her. Like, I can't believe it. Like, you literally must have zero self esteem for yourself if you can actually sit there and support someone like that.
Some of the things she says to Justin make
Mhm.
me, yeah, his self-esteem must not be very high, because she's always saying really stuff that I'm not going to repeat because this is a family channel. You know,
Mhm.
like
Did y'all
it's
see when she asked about Robin and was like, "Are you still there? Good. I need someone to make me feel better about myself." Like, literally.
the way she's treated that woman is appalling, absolutely
Who?
appalling. She has an
What's her name?
assistant named Robin, and
Mhm.
Robin uses a mobility aid, and
Mhm.
so Molly is incredibly ableist towards her. Like to
That whole that broke my heart so bad.
It was
Aw.
awful.
That
It
was
was
the only
awful.
time I started going off in the chat about people being ableist and the hate and how can you sit here and say all these things, and for her to sit there and say that Robin is her friend and to allow all that hate to go on and then to continuously snap on her, and then what was it, like a video the next day where she went off on her again?
Mm.
You treat
That's
people
horrible.
you supposedly love and like shit.
Dave, I'm watching you.
Yeah,
I'm always
he's
watching you,
he's
Dave.
um I think what channel I'm pretty sure it was a nonsense channel. Somebody had sent me a clip. I went over there and watched, and I can't remember who, if it was nonsense or whoever was on panel, but they started crying because she was like, this person, and I'm pretty sure she was talking about Molly at that time. She was like, this person, I don't think she knows what genuine love is, you know, that she knows what it's like to be treated, in a way that makes her secure. It was nonsense. She was talking about Molly and Robin. Oh, okay, just like we are. But it's almost as if she felt bad because she's like, this is a person who has a lot of hate. You know what I'm saying? And when you have so much hate, it's coming from somewhere, you guys. Like, people aren't just hateful like that for no reason. And people who spew that much hate have to be going through they have to be going through something or been through something. And that's no excuse for it. But they have had to have been through something that made them that way. People who are happy, genuinely happy, they don't spread hate like that, right? So I think that's
Actually,
wow.
I really respected her last night when
Mhm,
I was being secret squirrel and pretending not to watch her live when your live was going on.
mhm,
I actually quite respected her. She talked a lot about the troubles in her marriage, and it was one of the few times that I think I ever saw her truly vulnerable. Like, she was putting up a bit of a front. She was being a bit bravado, a little bit, tough girl or whatever, but you could actually see there was a lot of hurt there, that there was something, was really something that affected her, because she was an
mhm.
addict, and I would not wish that on anyone. Like,
Right,
you know, like
right,
no one. And that's obviously a very vulnerable and awful time in her life. And so I kind of gave her a little bit of props for being so open, but it doesn't excuse the rest of the bullshit.
right. Yeah, we've all been through something. There's no excuse for the things that she does. But I do think that it says a lot about people who can actually be so hateful. They can't be happy. You know what I mean? Misery loves company, right? So if
And
you're
I
money
happy,
does not buy happiness. So no matter how much you try to get the views and all that, at the end of the day, when you turn that computer screen off,
mhm,
like, where's your happy place? Because I have my
right.
happy place, and my happy place is with my babies and my husband. And
Mhm,
like, I don't have to have, well, obviously, I don't have a channel or anything like that, but like, I just don't understand it. Like, I yeah, I don't get it. Like, you can't be happy in your
mm-mm,
life to be so hateful towards other people and just mean,
right.
just straight up mean to,
mean. That's the word, mean.
Mean.
yes, like yelling. And, you know, you have never yelled at somebody in your channel just because they said something like like anything where they disagreed with you. As long as they were respectful with the way they disagreed, like,
Mhm.
you've never done anything to them. You know, somebody
No,
can be respectful and nice and be like, "Oh no, I don't agree with that," and she'll call him an idiot or stupid. Like, it's just, I don't get it.
ignorant.
She's like the ultimate like Regina George.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think that she sees her Patreons and her life coaching people? Do you think she sees them as her friends?
Yeah,
Like, are
she
they
said it before.
like they're the only people she speaks to outside of her household?
I
I
mean,
mean, she barely speaks to her household, but to be honest. But it seems to me almost like she relies very heavily on the super chats and the love bombing and that kind of thing that she gets from her audience, and that
mhm,
could be a part of why she may go and attack someone like you because you are very self assured and you are very eloquent and you are very confident in yourself, and that may trigger something in her if we're getting philosophical about it.
She seems to not
And I
like strong, independent, like smart women.
and I
Period.
also
Like,
think I also think that's the reason why she's saying derogatory things and trying to call me trans, because I think her saying that, she thinks that it's going to offend me, and the reason why is because I do my make. That's the same thing she said about Dre Dre McCray. She said she thinks Dre McCray looks like a drag queen, that she looked trans, okay? And
Right, right.
and Dre McCray does not, okay? And not even close to it. I'm sorry.
Dre
Like if you
is
look,
beautiful.
she's very pretty. She's a very pretty woman. However, even if she was trans, she'd still be pretty. Okay. I
Hmm.
think because of the way she thinks about trans people, that's why she's saying that about me. And that's, I think, because that's the one thing that she thinks is going to affect someone. That's, if I was to get all bent out of shape for her saying something like that, first of all, if it's not true, why would I care? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trans, you know what I'm saying? So even if it was true, even if I was to get offended, then that would make me prejudiced kinda towards trans. I just feel like if I was to get offended by somebody saying that, with how many women out there who are trans, there was actually a Black woman on her panel who I'm pretty sure is trans and very, very proud of it. Um, if you remember her, she was the woman who said that white people can't be white people can't be, um, racist. Is that what she said? I'm pretty sure that's what she said. She said white people can be prejudiced, but they can't be racist. And they were getting into like a debate on Molly's panel. And then Molly ended up kicking her off panel. I'm pretty sure she's very proud to say that she is a trans woman. Okay. She's a trans Black woman. And if I was to get offended with Molly saying that to me, I really do feel like that would be even more offensive. You know, I feel like if I was to be mad and say, "Why are you calling me a man?" Blah, 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 blah. I just think that that makes me look like, because I think if you are if you are trans, you're a woman. If you transition,
It's
you're a
true.
woman.
Yeah.
Okay? So, first of all, why would I get offended by that? I would never get offended by something like that because it's not true. Okay? But even if it was, I still wouldn't, I would be upset for the way that she's hurting other people. You don't know who's in your chat. That could be, you just don't know. You don't know who you could be hurting when you're saying that type of thing. But I don't
Exactly.
think she cares. I don't think she cares. And that's one of the things that I said about Goose. Like, this is somebody that you watch on, a day-to-day basis, that you're friends with, and you're constantly making excuses for this woman. And I'm not going to lie, Goose is very loyal to Molly, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be loyal to her, be loyal to her. But now I understand why that woman in the Science Girls chat said, "I question anyone who's friends with Molly. I side at anyone who's friends with that woman." Now I understand what she meant by that, because if you can stand by and watch this woman for the evil person that she is, you're complicit. You are complicit in this. You are watching her hurt other people. So I would probably look at someone sideways like that now because of me experiencing it myself. Now I know. And that's another thing people have to understand very, very clearly. People really don't know until it happens to you. And then when it happens to you, you're like, okay, I get it now. It sucks, but I get it.
It seems the live has
Late,
ended.
well, I still have clips of whatever people sent me. So if I have to report it, I will, especially if it was hate speech. I'll watch the few clips that people sent me, but I can't watch it because she deleted it. But um, she will come. She will come here upset because Tia said um, the police reports was real. She unsubbed and had her people unsub. Misunderstanding, not. It was bullying. Okay, let me go back up because Willow, you left a comment. Well, when did she leave a comment? Defending what she did too. And it's like, please explain to me how that's okay. Tell me how it's okay that just because somebody says a report is real, that that's an excuse for them to come over here and say that they're unsubbing and pretty much tell everybody to follow her lead. That's not bullying to you? Please tell me what it is then.
This whole situation is bizarre. You were just saying the
It is?
truth.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So please tell me how that's okay. The same time that this happened to me before with another toxic creator that thinks she owns smaller creators, and she had got mad when she see me in another creator's chat that she didn't like. Of course, I don't care because listen, I wasn't in her chat. When she was talking about you, I was in her chat showing her support over a different reason. But even when she did that, so many people, including Goose, was like, wow, I can't believe she did that, blah, 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 blah. But look at what Molly is doing. Now, if we were sitting here bashing her, talking about her looks, talking about her lifestyle, no, we're not talking about that. The only thing that we're talking about is our experiences with her. And my experiences with her is I don't fucking have any except for a couple times, but people really just wanted to align me with her just because I was talking about Katie Joy at the time and Molly was involved. And Katie Joy was being very obsessive over Molly. But if you think I'm about to sit here and and bash somebody for the way that they look when I look the way that I look, you're crazy. That makes me no better than her. But the point is that she has shown if you didn't believe that she was a bully, you can't see it now. You can't see it now. Well, then you're definitely, what would you call that? Um,
Head in the sand.
right. Your head is definitely in the sand. Your head is in the sand. Isn't it also against TOS to encourage your subs to boycott another creator? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but she'll use the excuse of, well, I never told anybody to unsub.
Yeah.
I just said I was unsubbing publicly in her Patreon and in your chat, which we all know what that means. And Justin did it too.
I can't get over
Mhm.
Justin sticking his nose. He wasn't even in the chat, and he still made it like it. That's just sheep behavior, in my opinion.
It
Like
is.
he took something, like
It
he
is.
took a text message from Molly, he ran with it. He, called your mods a bunch of dodgy mother effers, and it just didn't make any sense. Like
Yeah.
if we're dodgy, then sorry, Tia, you've got a dodgy bunch with you. That's what we could be the dodgy bunch.
Right. I don't care. Like I said, she can do that all day long. And I never said she was a racist. Um, but to me, she definitely says a lot of racist things for sure.
So I've
Um,
got something funny for y'all.
okay.
So my son yesterday, he's using, after he was done using the bathroom, I had to help him wipe because he's still learning. And he had put one of the toilet paper rolls in the sink and got it soaking wet. And I'm just like, dude, I'm like, do you know how much toilet paper costs? And he's like, no, how much? And I'm like, it's like $20 for like this big old stack of stuff. And he's like, what? That's expensive just to wipe your ass. I'm just like, and I was just like, oh my God, I love you. I can't even be mad. And when he says things like that, it's like, because he also has apraxia of speech. So it's just like, I'm just like, don't say it like that. Say another word, but awesome for like even saying it. Like, it's so hard because I'm just proud he's talking and using his word. But yeah, I just wanted to make a giggle. That's all.
You're so cute. That is so cute. How old are your little ones?
I've got a 17-year-old,
Mm-hmm.
a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 3-year-old.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Gosh.
Okay, you got
Irish
your hands
twins.
full. You got your hands full. Thank God you're a stay-at-home mom. Isn't it fun? It can be stressful sometimes, but it's fun, right?
I miss working. And the thing with being a stay-at-home mom is people don't realize how mentally taxing it is because of the loneliness.
Yeah.
And, you know, I added into, like, there's been times where I told my husband, I was like, dude, I haven't spoke to like another adult in 2 weeks. All I've spoken to is like his therapist, like my oldest son's therapist, or the doctor's appointments, or this or that. And it sucks sometimes,
They
but
can.
I also call my kids my best friends because they are my
Right.
little best friends. Even though my 4-year-old loves to say, you're not my best friend anymore.
It's the best kind of job in the world, I feel like. You know, like it is, but it's also the most challenging job that you can ever have. I think some people have this whole misconception that being a stay-at-home mom is like so easy, and it's not. And I thank God that my fiance, he doesn't look at it like that. Like he knows how hard it is to be a stay-at-home mom, you know. But being a stay-at-home mom, I feel like is beneficial. My oldest, I don't have my hands full like yours. My oldest is 21. Then I have my little guy, he's 6, and then I have a 12-year-old. So those are big age gaps. However, my 12-year-old and my 6-year-old, they argue all the time. I'm like a
Girl,
referee,
it's like WWE in my house.
right? I'm a referee all day, and that's all they do is
You've got a kid who can drink?
Mhm.
Girl, I need some of I need your Cosme secrets, your
He,
skincare secrets.
I had him very young, but he's literally he's my bestest friend. We've been there, like he's just watched after I lost my mom, he's watched so much happen, you know what I mean, with me once I lost my mom. And that's another story for a different day. But that's why I don't really talk about his dad too much because I was very young and it was a very it was a DV relationship. So that's why I don't talk about his dad too much, you know. But he's an amazing kid. He is. I have amazing kids.
I think growing up at the same time, like, not that it's hard to explain, but like when you have a kid so young, you're
Mhm.
also growing up with them and learning things with them. And I openly admit that I made a lot of mistakes because I was a young mom, and I
Me
also had a
too.
lot of childhood trauma.
Me
And
too.
it took me a while to learn to break the cycle,
Right.
and not do the same type of emotional shit that my mom would do to me and my sister. And you know, we've been through kind of therapy and things like that, but I always tell my oldest, you know, I am sorry, and I'll always apologize to her until the day I die because it wasn't fair, but I know she also
Oh,
understands
man.
kind of like how things were. And she also sees the narcissism from certain individuals of my family.
Yeah.
But it's amazing. Like, I have I gave up a lot of my life for her, but like I'm watching her thrive, and I'm not trying to get emotional, but I'm so fucking proud of my baby. Like
Aw,
she's amazing and she's such a good human. And when you can raise a good
you're gonna
human,
make me cry.
Yeah, I'm
that's
getting
all you
emotional.
want at the end of the day is your babies to be like, that's all you want is your kids to just grow up and be a good human. And I just feel like, oh, she just makes my heart swell and so proud, even when we butt heads. And I just like, ah, but yeah,
Yeah,
she's, yes.
17 is a very you know that age that
Yeah,
you're
we've all
learning.
been 17.
Yeah, you're learning everything, and you're at that age where you're insecure. And I can't stand the internet for young little girls
Oh
because
gosh, it's
you have all
horrible.
this fake crap with now I'm not against plastic surgery or Botox or anything like that, but when you have all these filters like the Kardashians and they look so perfect all the time, I just feel like it's such a huge, I don't
It
know.
it gives a falsehood of how people look like in real life,
Exactly.
because oh, you
Exactly.
shouldn't have any imperfections, oh, you shouldn't have
Yeah.
stretch marks, oh, you shouldn't have a love handle, oh, you should do. And
Right.
it took me a long time. Like I've always battled self-esteem issues, and I battled with my weight on and off my whole life, and I watched my
Yeah.
family battle with their weight. That's why I chose to get gastric sleeve, plus I was having fertility problems. um but
Well, you
like
definitely haven't had that many now. Look, you have.
yeah, when I got with my husband, it was like bam bam, he's got a above average sperm count too, which TMI. But yeah, I found that out afterwards. um it's just like it's rough because even as an adult myself, like I felt so low, and I felt like I should have these expectations, and I felt like I was so hard on myself too as a stay-at-home mom, because I'm like, "Oh, I should be like the Stepford wife, like my house should be spotless because I'm a stay-at-home mom. Like why can't I get my shit together?" And my husband was like, "Dude, you've been taking care of a baby all day. I don't care if the house is not spotless." And I'm grateful that I have a great man in that aspect, where he's very realistic about, okay, sometimes it's going to be total chaos when you walk into our house, because he's watched me clean and then in 5 minutes it's like disaster. But shout out to anybody that is trying to thrive in today's world, because it's hard. It is so hard right
Mhm.
now.
It is. There's just this false uh, front, and that's why I do not like the Kardashians. I'm sorry. I don't think that they set a good. They're not good role models towards women, in my opinion. Um, when you make your face look a certain way, and then you have all these women looking up to them, and it just makes me so sad for little girls who think I want to look like that, blah 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 blah, and you hear it all the
Hmm.
time, and it really really bothers me. It just does. But I don't have any girls. I only have 3 boys. So kudos to all the mothers who have little girls that they're raising in this generation.
I flew back to Australia to see my family, and my sister drove me to the airport. She took half a day off to drive me to the airport to come back to Japan.
Hmm.
And when she was younger, she had an allergy to. We have a candy in Australia called mustics, and my sister is allergic to them. She goes into anaphylaxis, like so her lips swell and her neck closes, that whole thing.
Hmm.
And I get home from, picking up, you know, treats and stuff like that to take back to Japan. And she's sitting on the couch and she's covering her face and she says, "Don't look at me." And I'm like, "Why?" And she says, "I've had an allergic reaction. And her lips were fully swollen, like really scary swollen. And I'm like, "Oh my God," because there's so many times I'd gone through when we were kids having to see her go to hospital and stuff like that because of anaphylaxis. So I get a bit freaked out, when I see my sister looking like that. And I'm like, "Are
Hmm.
you okay to drive? Are you okay to drive?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's fine. I went to the doctor. I'm fine. I'm fine." And we get in the car, and I've loaded up my suitcase, and she stops to get petrol or gas, as you guys say.
Hmm.
And she gets out, she pumps the gas, she goes and pays for it, and she gets in the car and she closes the door and she sits there really, really still for a moment, and then she
Mhm.
turns to me and she goes, "I got Botox," just like that, and I'm
What?
like, "What?" And she's like, "I got Botox. I didn't have an allergic reaction. I got Botox." And
Well, did
I'm
she
like,
have a reaction to the Botox?
no, she just didn't want to tell anyone she got Botox because she was like kind of
Aw.
like
Oh,
ashamed. And
oh.
I'll never forget, I could not stop laughing, and then I was so mad at her because I'm like, "You put me through hell. I thought you were going into anaphylaxis again, but no." And now she gets Botox all the time, so it's
Yeah, and
understandable.
a lot of people do. I want to try it one day too.
Well,
Hey,
we
I
were.
got my boobies done, and I'm
Oh,
proud
did
of
you?
Good for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not against any of it. I just think that there's definitely this huge stigma around, I feel like, women on Instagram and things like that, that it's a lot of pressure for young women to look like that. And I just feel bad for young women. I want them to more women to practice self-love and to know how beautiful you are, and be beautiful on the inside, and just know that just so many women are insecure because of the things they see on the internet.
It's not realistic at all.
It's
It's
not.
no,
Good
not at
night,
all.
Nanya. Thank you for being
Night,
here. I appreciate it. We're going to wrap this up in a minute, too. I want to read this comment with you guys really quick. It says, "What I don't get," Snow White says, "What I don't get, though, is why didn't Letitia tell her how much love that she got in the chat that night? I told them, but it didn't seem like she told Molly that that you were being fair."
I don't think she's speaking to Molly anymore. I think she's only speaking to Goose.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, she used to always say, "Oh, I just got a message from Letitia," or "I spoke to her today," or, whatever. But
Mhm,
recently she's been very, very quiet about it.
mhm,
And Goose seemed to be the only one that was communicating. So any information went through Goose.
right.
And so I actually don't think that maybe Molly and Letitia are on as good a speaking terms as what they used to be. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting. And Molly is trying to save face a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit conspiracy theory, but we're about conspiracy theories here on this channel.
Was
But
Snow White was she in the chat that night, or is that what you're saying? Like, was Miss Letitia in Molly's chat when Molly is talking about how I stated the report was
I think she means like, why didn't she text her and tell
oh, okay. Well,
and
you're
say
mhm,
like Tia was sticking up for you, that kind of thing.
right, right. Well,
Even if she did, do you think though that she would even actually admit that Letitia said that? I doubt it.
No, absolutely not.
yeah, she probably wouldn't. In my opinion, Molly is a fear mongering um, to avoid getting caught. Sorry, the chat moves, you guys, while I'm reading. So she's fear mongering to avoid getting caught. Well, that could be it too. And like I said, just know that here we were not bashing Molly's looks or anything like that. I did hear somebody say she probably took the video that she did down and like put it in Patreon or something like that. Either way, the clips that are sent to me, if I see that they are very derogatory towards the LGBTQIA community, I will report it and I will insert the clips with that video because you cannot do those types of things. There are people out there, there are still, you don't know how long it took Nikki Tutorials. It took her a long time to come out and say that she's trans.
Amazing.
And it was amazing when she did it. And you want to know what happened when she did it? Because somebody found out and threatened her. They threatened her and she said, "You know what? I am going to do this myself and fuck you." That's exactly what she
Yeah.
said. And I think that's still her most viewed video, and it seriously helped so many other women who were trans come out and say those types of things. And like I said, if I was trans, I would be proud of it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And there are a lot of trans women out there who are ashamed. She doesn't give a fuck about anyone's feelings or anything like that. She doesn't care who she hurts. What you guys are right. It is dangerous. It is dangerous when you act that way because you don't know who you're hurting, you know? And if she did do that, I will. Okay. I will report it.
And Nikki just got married.
Did she get married?
She did.
Oh my gosh. I haven't watched her in forever. I used to watch Makeup all the time. She's one of my favorites, her and Jackie Ayana. But Jackie Ayana kind of parted with YouTube a little bit, but now she's coming back. But Nikki Tutorials was one of my favorites, and I think that was such a strong, just motivating, enlightening moment for her. I was so happy for her that she was able to come out and say, I'm trans, you know, and just like Sparkle said, absolutely, Sparkle, trans women are women. And when you say those types of things and you say it like it's a bad thing, you know, like even if I was, it's something that I would be ashamed of or something, you're sick. You're sick. But I already knew that. That's why I never wanted to be aligned with you. That's why I kept my distance. That's why I tried to stay away. You know what I'm saying? Once I got kicked off her panel for no reason, it showed me a lot. It showed me her character, it showed me who she was, and I just didn't want that kind of alignment with somebody like that. So I just wanted to come on here and let you guys know this and to tell you my story. But please don't get offended when people bash me for my looks and things like that, because that doesn't bother me. I've been there so many times. And this ain't the first time, and it damn sure ain't gonna be the last. I promise you guys. People make fun of looks because that's the only thing that they can do with me. Because I don't do that, and I try to stay true to myself and do it with integrity, class. I have morals, and people can't use my words against me because I own my words and I care about other people's feelings. So,
When they go low, we go high.
absolutely, absolutely. Any last words you guys want to say?
No, thank you for having me up, and I
You
guess I
guys need
speak
to
for
come up
Freya.
again.
Oh, anytime.
Yes, thank you. I love you, Tia,
I
and
love you too.
I'm so proud of you. And
Thanks.
I will stand with you no matter what. I got your back, and
Gang.
I got
keep hating because Truth Squad, we got this.
Truth Squad.
Squad. That's a cute. I
love
love
you,
it.
Sparkle, too.
I love you, Sparkle.
Yeah, Sparkle, next time you have to come up too. And
Yes.
Thank you
Dave,
for
we
holding
got
the
to
chat
pull
down.
Dave up too.
Yes, Dave. Dave. Love me some Dave. You guys, I love you. I will talk
Even
to
though
you.
he's now being mean to me in chat.
Is he? No,
Yeah,
he's not.
he's teasing me about my accent.
Oh, and if Dave ever comes up here, I know he has an accent.
Yeah, it's almost the same as mine, except he says socks instead of six. So
Oh, have you
can tease
heard
him.
his voice before?
Oh, he's from New Zealand, so it's
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'll
probably
get
the same.
I'll get my passport taken away if I don't make fun of New Zealanders. So
I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for
we
being
love you
supportive.
too.
And we got this, okay?
All right,
Love you. Good night, all.
guys.
Good night. Good night, you guys. Thank you. All right, y'all. We have been on here having some fun, talking about stuff, and this was such an amazing live. I had so much fun with you guys. Thank you for being so supportive. I just felt like I owed you guys my story. I wanted to tell you guys where I was coming from and why there were certain things that I did and why I did the things that I did. And I hope you guys can understand. I don't, darn it, whatever. I don't have any, and it sucks that it just shows that Molly has no respect, because I haven't been saying Goose's name, and I don't have any ill intentions for her. I wish her nothing but the best, but I'm very open and honest, and I always tell everyone that I'm cool with, anyone who is a mod, even you guys, if you ever have anything to say, please come to me, and please be honest. And there was just a lot of dishonesty, and that's why I chose to not have her as a mod. But I don't think, I don't want any ill will towards her. I wish her nothing but the best, but I didn't do anything to hurt her. So I think Molly obviously is the type of person where she's just trying to stir the pot, because that's what she does. But I wanted to tell you my story because a lot of people really did think that I was like aligned with her, and just because you're defending one person, okay, or just because you are talking about one person who may be attacking another, does not mean that you are aligned with that person. So many people were like, even when I left that comment on the science girl, on her, in her comment section, when I left that comment, so many people were like, but you defend her, but you defend her. I wasn't defending her. I was defending nobody. I was talking about Without a Crystal Ball and her treatment towards Justin and Molly as a whole, but that doesn't mean I'm defending Molly, so that's why I tried to stay away from her channel, and I tried to keep my distance because I didn't want to be aligned with somebody like her. And another thing that you guys also, why I wanted to make this clear to you guys, is that when you are a creator, you are always, always, always gonna meet that bigger creator. And some of those creators have good intentions, and some of those creators have bad intentions. I have always been at a time since I've been here on YouTube, nobody has ever defended me. I've always been the one to defend myself, and I'm fine with defending myself. I don't care if I stand alone. I've stood alone for a huge part of my life, and I'm strong enough to stand alone. I'm strong enough to fight alone. Okay. I am a wolf. Okay. That's all I can tell you. But I just thought that it would be a good idea for you guys to know my story and to know why I did the things that I do and why I chose to tell the truth to you guys, even though I knew the backlash that I was going to get. And I think that tonight, even when Molly did what she did, I think that pretty much shows you guys who she is. And if you can't see who she is now, you're hopeless. You're hopeless. Because not one time did anybody say anything about her looks. So you are talking about me and my looks, and I'm trans, acting like even if I was, and it would be a bad thing, and it's something to be ashamed of, and all that motherfucking shit. Let me tell you something. You don't know who you're offending when you're saying that. And when it's time for people to see her for who she truly is, and if you don't see it, that's on you. I've got to do replay crew for the first part. Maybe I'll understand better. Yes, you'll probably understand better if you do that. However, there is no excuse for that. But I've been there. I'm resilient. I can handle it. But you're never going to hear me. I've even got people emailing me now like, she's this, she's that. You need to know. I will never, ever talk about somebody's looks. I don't have to. I know what I look at in the mirror every day. Okay. So I hope that you guys understand where I'm coming from and why it gives you a better understanding of why I did what I did. Is that why she kept saying the truth? Hold on. Is that why she kept saying the truth about the makeup? What truth did she say about the makeup? Flava, I'm lost. I thought you were a part of the MGL group. No, I wasn't, Terry. And another thing too, before you guys start just automatically assuming things, can you just like reach out to somebody and ask them instead of just automatically assuming? Because you just don't know somebody's story, you know? But no, I never was a part of all I did was call Without a Crystal Ball out for what she was doing and how she was acting and how she was like throwing people under the bus and how she was saying, hey, I have sources and they only want the audio played on my channel. So can you send your people over to me and blah, 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 blah. The things that she was doing to Miss Letitia, those are the things that I was speaking up against. I wasn't speaking up for Molly. I was speaking up for what was right. And I still feel that what Without a Crystal Ball did was wrong. I'd stand with Creek Squad too. Why? Because I am willing to be open-minded, hear both sides, and see the bigger picture. Amen. Objection trickery. Yeah, I'm not sure. She kept saying that tonight that she was going to tell the truth about. What? What about my makeup? I don't know what she's talking about. I have no idea that I wear makeup. I guess that's what she was talking about, that I wear makeup. And I guess because I wear makeup, that must mean that I'm trans. I think that's what she probably meant. Let me read some more before I head out here. Yes, thank you all for listening to Rianne, Stranger. I'm so blessed to have people who have my best interest at heart. It means a lot to me. Okay, you're right, Carol. I'm sorry. I'm not standing alone. Thank you for being here to support me. I'm just saying that I've always stood alone. Like, I've always been that person who stood alone. So, but thank you. That means the world to me. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. I am so grateful to you, Tia. You gave me a chance to say how much I was hurting after my personal experience. Absolutely. And Joanna, you're ready. You are more than any time come up on my panel. And if you did email me, that email address is not working. So my email address has been dropped and I have to change it again in my profile section. Molly isn't very intelligent. She is just ignorant. Yeah, she seems as though she doesn't have much intelligence. Well, I enjoyed your chat and I will be back. Thank you, Flava. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, but yes, I love makeup. Okay. It's my passion. I've went to school for it. It's therapeutic for me. Makeup is my happy place. So me wearing makeup, like my mom always used to say to me, before I ever started wearing makeup when I was younger, my mom always used to say to me, because my mom didn't let me wear makeup until I was 16, 15 and a half. And she used to say, wear the makeup, but don't let the makeup wear you. So how I look at it is, am I happy without makeup? Yes. But am I happier with makeup? Fuck yeah, because I love me some makeup. Okay. Makeup is how I feel happy. And if that's what she's talking about, but I'm going to go ahead and assume because she's trying to say that I'm a trans woman. And then I guess that would mean that's why I wear makeup, because I'm trans. So that's what it is. So what I would encourage you guys to do, I've heard somebody say some stupid things about me, you guys, okay? But that takes the cake. That's a good one. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But what I will say is go back on my channel and watch some of my makeup tutorials, and you'll see how much I love makeup and what I look like without it. I will do a makeup live. I'll do a makeup live. How about that? I'll do it in the next couple days. I wish you could do my makeup. I am so bad at it. I only wear it a few times a year. I wish I could do your makeup. If you're ever in Ohio, hit me up. Makeup is artistry and creativity. Amen. I love doing makeup. And most people who talk about other people's makeup and, accuse people of being, like trans and stuff like that, it's because they don't know how to do their own, Teaya, Molly doesn't like you or herself. Once you no longer fix her narrative, she decided to destroy you. Wow. It's an honor. Let me tell you, it feels so, I feel so privileged, that Molly brought her subscribers over here, like Nicki Minaj. She brought her subscribers over here, and then, she gave me some super chats. So I just feel so privileged and well off, because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have had any support at all. Right? Read some more comments. We enjoy seeing you and hearing from you. Thank you, Kisme. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Unless she puts the sperm of Satan in her makeup, I doubt I'd have an issue with her. Aesop. Well, I enjoyed your chat. Oh, I read that. Okay, let me go up. I just want to read a couple more comments before I wrap this up. Proud of you, Stranger Clegan, Rianne Skinner. Teaya, thank you so much. And I'm proud of you, Sparkle, because I know Sparkle probably wanted to go in her chat and flip. She probably wanted to go up on her panel and flip out. But I told Sparkle, ignore. I can't keep up with it all, but if you come for Renelle, you get my hands. First of all, Renelle I absolutely adore Renelle, so that wouldn't happen. So thank you, Tabitha Jane. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. You're gorgeous too. MGL needs to stop being Ms. Letitia's mouthpiece, because all she does is cause more drama for her. I agree. I feel like a lot of the things that Ms. Letitia is going through is because of her. I do. I'm finally starting to see that now. I feel like Ms. Letitia she just deserves better. And I feel like it's gonna be that time and that point where, because of the things and how reactionary Molly is, and how she resorts to name calling, and I'm playing the race card and all that stuff, I just hope that Ms. Letitia sees her for who she is, because at the end of the day, I did nothing to Molly. Nothing. She's the one who started all this. I didn't do anything to her. I didn't bash her or anything. All I did was said a report is real. Okay, that's all I said. So I really feel like, hopefully Ms. Letitia can understand, and I hope that she can see her true colors, because it's just Tia Symone, I'm still catching up on 2 times speed. I want you to know I'm so very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Nana's not drunk. I love your name. I pray Miss Letitia watches this. I pray she watches this. And, I would even send clips that the clips that people sent me, I would send them to her, because she deserves to know who this person is. It's not, but then again, I don't think that Miss Letitia is like an internet person. Um, I don't think that she's always constantly on YouTube and things like that. I think she has a life and other things to do. But, even a lot of the things that went down, even with Sherelle's world, I wish that Miss Letitia could have seen, like, look at what this woman's saying. Like, she's literally sitting here saying that black women hate her, but yet there you are, you're a black woman and you speak to her. You know what I'm saying? So there's just a lot of things that maybe Miss Letitia just doesn't see, you know? Man, it's just that Stranger clearly needs our help. You so don't. Ms. Letitia's well-being has been affected because of all the drama that MGL draws to herself. It's unfortunate to see her go through this craziness. Kismet, you nailed it with that. 100%. I think you want to talk about a story and bring awareness to a story, that's fine. But I feel like there's a lot of things that could have been done differently. And I feel bad for her. I just don't think she deserves any of this hate, any of the things that she's going through, even if she was a fraud, which I don't think that she is, but even if she was, she doesn't deserve what she's going through. And then that's also what you guys have to understand. You're in a sticky situation when you're sitting there and you're trying. Basically, it was me calling without a crystal ball out on her treatment of Miss Letitia, Ms. Wynette. It wasn't even necessarily Molly. However, there were things that she was doing to Molly and Justin that I'm like, you haven't changed without a crystal ball. You haven't changed. You can't work with people. You do the same thing over and over and over again, right? So that I feel like because I'm defending Miss Letitia and Miss Letitia is aligned with Molly, automatically people, they think, oh, well, she's a part of Molly. But yet you go on clip channels. Have you ever seen me in her chat? Do you ever see me on her panel? You never seen that. So people just have to stop automatically assuming things. And if you have questions, reach out to a person. Don't assume shit, like anybody reach out to me, I'm cool. I will tell you everything. I'll tell you my story. I'll tell you why things happen the way that they did, things like that. I just feel like people automatically just run with things and just assume. And I was never, ever aligned with her. Ever. Ever. I've never spoken with her. The only time when she became a member of my channel, then I went and became a member of hers. However, I canceled it weeks ago because the more and more you sit and watch the things that she does, it's like, I can't sit here and support this type of stuff. You're making fun of a woman who literally, to me, has a lot of problems with her past and things that she's been through. And one time I seen people on the panel talking about this woman losing her child and just saying some disgusting things. And I'm not saying that it's right that Michelle says these things to Molly. Neither one of them are right. But in the same sense, I still feel like Michelle is so vulnerable. I think she just genuinely wanted to be Molly's friend. She has messaged me before. Michelle has messaged me before. Can the mod drop me the membership link? There it is. Thank you, Sparkle. When she used to message me, Michelle, and she used to say, hey, you know, she had signed up to be a Patreon, and she was supposed to get, I think she was the highest tier or something, and she was supposed to get life coaching, and she was supposed supposed to be a mod. And Michelle was complaining about that. She's like, why hasn't she given me my wrench? Why hasn't she called me? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, listen, Michelle, I don't talk to Molly. I don't know Molly. But what I will tell you is just give her a chance. Give Molly a chance. I'm sure she'll call you and do the life coaching. And I'm sure, when you're in chat, let her know that you're not a mod yet. I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think that she's probably not purposely doing this, right? And that was not me defending Molly. That was me trying to get Michelle to see, like, hey, give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's busy. Maybe that's why she didn't call you. Who knows? And I just think she just really wanted to be a part of Molly, and I don't know why, but I think she just wanted to be friends with Molly and to be cool with her and to get the life coaching from her and to be a mod and just to maybe somehow be a part of Molly's life. And I don't think Molly wanted that. And I think it hurt Michelle's feelings. And now I think that, like I said, that hurt kind of turned into rage, and she's very upset because of how she has been mistreated. Because at the end of the day, even when Michelle doesn't even say anything about Molly or her family, people are constantly talking about Michelle and how her child is on drugs. It's just bad. Like you know, I don't understand how people can be okay with that and support that. I just feel like Michelle has some type of mental problems because of everything that she's been through, as far as when it comes to mental health and losing, she lost a baby. I've heard her story. I feel so bad for her because she endured that. So I just think that that's what the problem was there. But to sit there and say she's obsessed with you, you want nothing to do with her, but then you have her on panel and stuff, just the stuff I was watching, I'm like, So I'm going on and on and on. I will let you guys go, but I had an amazing time talking with you. I hope you guys understand my story and why I did the things that I did. It's immature both ways. Absolutely, Melody. And just know that I didn't have anything to do with her. I just kept it cordial out of respect for someone else. And I'm glad that things worked out the way that it did. I'm glad that God always reveals truth, and he always shows people's true colors and who they are. And anyone who ever thinks for a second to say I told you so, just know you can't tell somebody something that they already know. And instead of assuming something, try to get the story directly from the source instead of assuming. And that's it. I will be on here tomorrow without a crystal ball versus all the creators here on YouTube. And it's always a pleasure being here with you guys. I feel like Molly was exploiting a mentally and I don't like saying that somebody's mentally ill. I'm not a counselor, so this is just my opinion. This is just everybody's opinion in chat. I'm not a counselor. I don't know if Michelle is mentally ill, but it does seem as though she has a lot of things that she's struggling with from the past. And when you have endured the things that Michelle has endured, of course you're going to be having struggles with mental health. And it just became so exploitative. Like every time, even if I was to go on Molly's channel, which I don't, but even when I was to click on her channel, Michelle would be up on her panel and people are screaming at each other. And it's just so toxic. It's so toxic. And I cannot tell you how many times, I know that I'm pretty sure that Goose talks to Miss Letitia, and I can't tell you how many times that things would be said in confidence, but yet Molly turns it into content. It's just, I don't want any involvement with somebody like that. Oh, are you a new member, Michelle the Bell? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Glam Fam, girl. All right. I'm done talking, you guys. I could talk to you guys all night, but love y'all. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. Ignore the bullshit. I don't care. Okay. I want to get rid of the trash. So anybody who left, be specifically because of Molly, let them go their merry own little way. They're replaceable. Okay. You are so right, Tia. I don't think doing what she is doing on her channel is healthy for her, though. What do you mean? Are you talking about wait a minute. Are you talking about Michelle? Because I heard Michelle has a channel, or it wasn't healthy for what Molly was doing now. But I do know that Michelle has a channel too. Thank you, Billy, for being here. Thank you, Sparkle. Thank you to my amazing mods. Thank you to Rianne and Stranger coming up and telling their stories and their experiences. I appreciate you guys. I'm very blessed, and I hope you guys have an amazing night. And remember that when you say horrible and hurtful things, you don't know who you're hurting when you say those things. And it's just because she didn't affect me doesn't mean she didn't affect anybody else. So the clips that were sent, thank you to the people who sent me clips, just in case I forget to thank you, and the email and the messenger. I will go through these clips, okay? And if there is anything in there that is hate speech, I will report it, okay? Have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Get some rest, and I love you guys. Thank you for the super chats, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Deuces. Love y'all. Bye.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So